Hello, and welcome back to the third and final day of FOSS Backstage 2021. We have had a great time so far, and we hope that you have been enjoying it too. Today we have two streams of great talks, as well as a UX clinic hosted by the wonderful people of the Open Source Design Collective. To kick things off today, we have a keynote from Frank Karlitschek. Frank is a longtime open source contributor, founder of OwnCloud and Nextcloud. Frank is also a fellow of the Open Forum Europe and an advisor to the UN. Frank will be talking today about the GPL, free software business models, and how digital sovereignty can be protected with free software. Over to you, Frank.
Thanks a lot. I hope you can see my screen too. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, so thanks a lot for having me at this wonderful conference. Of course, we live in difficult times, so this is not an in-person conference, which is a bit sad. Hopefully, we all can meet again next year. But what I saw so far from the event, it really looks like an amazing event with wonderful speakers and great topics. So I'm really happy to be here to give this talk to you this morning. So the topic is digital sovereignty and free software and GPL and how this all connects together. This is a bit of a bigger, broader topic. So where I want to talk with you about that, and I hope that at the end we still have time for some questions and answers, because this is something that hopefully stimulates a lot of discussions in our community. As already mentioned, my name is Frank Karlitschek. I'm a computer scientist, studied computer science in Tübingen in Germany here. Contributed to lots of different open source projects over the years, for like way over 20 years now. Did a lot in the KDE community, where I also was a board member and organized events and did all kinds of things. And over the last few years, I really did more and more in the public sector to work with politicians. For example, I'm a fellow of the Open Forum Europe, which is an organization you might know. It's basically a lobby organization for open source at the European level. Also happy to be an advisor to the United Nations regarding the intellectual property policy in open source. But most of you might know me, as mentioned before, as the founder of OwnCloud and Nextcloud, the successor. But today I don't want to really talk about Nextcloud. I really think that it's a good opportunity in our community to talk a little bit about bigger topic, what we want to achieve here as a free software and open source community. So as an agenda, I want to talk a little bit about the cloud first, what it means, where the term actually comes from, which I find interesting. Then a little bit about the term digital sovereignty. That's a relatively new term that some of you might have heard already, what it means and why this is relevant. And then a little bit what we actually can do to achieve this digital freedom, digital sovereignty together. This is then relates to the Gaia X project and some other initiatives. And then hopefully at the end, we still have time for some questions. So let's get started. Let's start with the cloud. Obviously, you all know that more and more organizations and companies and governments and individuals move to the cloud. We move our data, our application, lots of our computing that we do into the cloud. I'll come back to this later, what it actually means. But this is a trend you know for 10, 15 years. So the cloud is like the future. of IT. That's what you read in the press, obviously. But the thing is that you also read a lot of critical things about the cloud in the press. For example, there's some research done. Most of the research shows that the biggest concern of the cloud or cloud computing is security. It's really like, is my data secure? Who has access to my data? What about vendor login? How does this all work? There's a lot of concern about that. Here's another example of some research that was done. It also shows that security and vendor login are the top concerns of cloud users. And again, this is by home users, this is by governments, it is also by companies. So basically all cloud users. Here's another example. This is just another survey of the users. They're asked, okay, what are the 3 most important public cloud concerns? And again, number 1 is security, compliance, the network latency a little bit, then like vendor login, compatibility, and lots of other things. But cloud security is definitely one of the critical topics here. So if you're German, if you follow the German news, there was a big story last week actually at Der Spiegel, a big news publication, which reported that the German federal government alone just is paying Microsoft 178 million euros alone for IT services. I mean, of course, they say here that this is for software. But of course, as you all know, the Microsoft strategy nowadays is cloud computing. So lots of that is actually to pay for cloud services. And this is a big trend, and this is a lot of money. So a lot of people nowadays realize that this might be a problem. This new trend, we move everything to the cloud. With all the security and vendor logging concerns. And this basically spin off the term or created the term digital sovereignty. That's something that is really talked about a lot in the last 1-2 years. And this is basically a reaction to this cloud trend. And I looked up some definition, what it actually means. Let's go through it quickly. Of course, this is like, in my opinion, like the official definition. If you ask Microsoft, they actually have a different definition of that. Obviously, they're trying to fight this term with their marketing. But I would say that the official definition of digital sovereignty is that digital sovereignty or cyber sovereignty is the degree of control an individual organization or government has over the data that generate and work with at local or online platforms. And it's basically being in control of your data, of your digital future. That's digital sovereignty. And if you don't have digital sovereignty, there are some problems associated with it, some strategic risks. And here just some of them. First is loss of control over data represents a strategic risk for our society. Individuals, businesses, or governments are surveilled and the data is monetized by foreign corporations. And that's obviously a problem because you really want to store your data, your applications in these cloud services. But instead, you do that. But what happens is actually that this data is used by other players to surveil people, to monetize it with advertising and do other things that you don't really want. But that's like the consequence, the result of this cloud computing, and this is obviously something that threatens digital sovereignty. Another strategic risk is when societal debates take place on platforms owned by corporations and hosted in countries which are vested interest, how can we trust the results? Right? This is this whole political discussion. If like our personal digital lives moves more and more into the internet, into clouds, then we really rely on them, that we know what's happening, that it's basically under control, that it follows our laws and so on. But this is just happening in the cloud somewhere without our control, then that's obviously a big problem. Again, digital sovereignty is not guaranteed here then. Another thing is when nearly all commerce flows through a few selected platforms, these platforms control the price and capture most value. So that's a more the business aspect here, right? So if basically the fundamental infrastructure where our business, our companies work are like hosted somewhere else under different laws with different interests, obviously this is a big threat for the economy of a lot of states. We are just completely rely on a different country to have a prosperous economy, obviously. And then the last thing is about innovation. Innovation on new technologies in machine learning and big data analysis depends on vast data treasures that are not available to domestic businesses. Yeah, I mean, if you don't really have control about this infrastructure, about the data that is stored in these clouds, then it's possible that you can't innovate anymore in the future, right? Because if you want to do something with machine learning, artificial intelligence, you need like training data. And if the training data is just stored somewhere else, you don't have access to it, it follows different laws, different rules, then that's obviously a big problem. And also another threat for digital sovereignty. So the good news is that this threat is seen by politicians nowadays. So I'm sometimes speak with politicians in Germany or in France or from the European Commission or in other states, mainly in Europe. They basically see this as a threat. They see this as a threat to our digital sovereignty, and they really think that something needs to be done here. And that's something new. That's something that popped up the last 1 or 2 years, as I mentioned. Honestly, probably also a little bit triggered by the president of the US in the last few years, which made it clear that maybe it's a bad idea to completely depend on the goodwill of another state. Yeah, digital sovereignty is a big topic, a big term discussed in politics a lot, especially in Europe. That's, for me, this is of course a little bit funny to see these discussions now popping up, because the whole idea is not new. It's actually very, very old. The whole idea of being in control of your software, of your data, of your digital life, being digital sovereign is something that other people talked about for a long, long time. For example, there's this guy who talked about this whole problems like 35 years ago already. And of course, you all recognize that this is Richard Stallman, and he basically talked about these problems like 35 years ago, literally, so a long time ago. Of course, this was in a context, the world was a little bit different, so in a different context. So what he talked about are the 4 freedoms. That's something he postulated in the 80s. So the first freedom, in his opinion, is the freedom to run the program as you wish for any purpose. Of course, this came from a world where running a program means running a program on your local machine that is sitting on your desk. Right? There were no cloud computing, no software as a service at the time. The internet was not really developed at the time, not as now. So basically running this application was running it on your machine that is sitting on your desk. But of course, it still means that if you should be able to run a program for any purpose as you wish, because then you're in control, because then you can run the program. The thing is, if the program is running in the cloud on a different server somewhere else, then you're not really in control anymore, right? And that's of course a problem. And you don't really decide which cloud application is running where. You can maybe not run it locally because it's just software as a service. You can use it or not use it, but you can't really control where the program is executed. For example, you can't run it locally. So yeah, the first freedom that he postulated here is already violated by most cloud services, and it's violating the principle of digital sovereignty. The second freedom is the freedom to study how a program works and change it as you wish. And obviously, if you're just using some cloud service, if you're using Office 365 from Microsoft or Dropbox or some AWS APIs, you can't really study the software, right? You just use the API, you use the features, the service, you pay for it, and that's it. You can't really study it. The whole idea that he had at the time that there should be the right, the freedom to study the applications. You don't have that. The third is the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help your neighbors. That's of course a bit funny, right? At the time, you had to help your neighbors with giving them floppy disks, I guess. Nowadays, everything is on the internet, connected. But if you can't really redistribute the AWS API, if you can't really redistribute the Dropbox service or source code or application, then you don't have this freedom, right? This is what is meant here. This is really what is meant, that this gives you a freedom, and you definitely don't have this with modern cloud services. And the fourth, of course, the freedom to distribute copies of your modified version, right? This means that you have the source code, you have complete access to the software itself, and you can change it. And then once you change it, you can redistribute. Again, that's something that he wrote down in a world where this means distributing floppy disks. But if you adapt this to the modern world, to cloud services, again, this is not really guaranteed. So I really think that Richard Stallman here completely understood the problems already, and the 4 freedoms are still something we should have nowadays. Obviously, the world is a little bit different. So at a time, it was quite simple. You had hardware, you had a computer that you can buy or you get from your university or your employer or something, but it's a machine, usually without network, right? It's just a machine, and you can get it and you put it on your desk or under your desk or something, and that's just hardware. And then if you install software in it, and in this case free software or open source software, then the combination of your hardware together with free software gives you complete digital sovereignty, because then the data is stored on the local hard disk or the local floppies or whatever, and you control the software, you control the hardware, and then as a result, you're in control of your complete digital life. So this was the world at the time. Of course, nowadays the world looks a little bit more complex. So nowadays the question is if this equation is still true, that you have hardware plus software means digital sovereignty. Of course, as you can imagine with this question mark, I think this equation is no longer true, because nowadays you need more additional components to be in control of your digital lives. The first is data. So to give you an example, let's say Microsoft, who is running the Office 365 or Microsoft 365 service nowadays, and they run it on their servers, on their cloud infrastructure. And the software is proprietary. It's not open source free software, obviously. But let's assume you buy yourself some servers. You buy the hardware. It's possible. You can go to some shop and buy some hardware, right? And then let's assume Microsoft open sources their complete software. Then the classic free software movement would say, yeah, victory, great, awesome. Now we have the software, now we have won. The problem is that we might not have access to the data, right? Because maybe the data is just stored in the Microsoft cloud, and it needs to be there because you want to collaborate with others somehow. And you don't really have the digital sovereignty because you don't have access to the data. So that's a problem. So I think for complete digital sovereignty, you actually need 3 things: hardware, software, and data, and only then you're in control. Which led to something like that. It's called the User Data Manifesto. That's an initiative of some people, me together with some other free software people. A few years ago, we came up with this User Data Manifesto. You can think about it as the GPL for data or something. It basically defines what people should be allowed to do with their data. First of all, the user should be in control of their data. So if it is my data, if it's my document, my pictures, my chat messages, everything, that I should be in control of that. I should be able to decide who has access to the data and who not. Second is I should have the knowledge where my data is actually stored, right? It's just floating around in the cloud somewhere. Then that's not good, right? It's my data. I want to know where are my pictures, who has access to the pictures, who can read my chat messages, and so on. And the third one is the freedom to choose a platform, right? Because if you are no longer want to give my data to like one service provider, I want to be able to migrate to another service provider. And it should be very easy. There should be open APIs and open specifications for that you can just move your application and your data around. So that's obviously, I think, a missing component to reach like full digital sovereignty. But let's give you another example. Let's say you want to have one of those modern self-driving cars, but you want to have this with complete digital sovereignty. Okay, so let's think that, for example, you want to buy, I don't know, a Tesla or something, but you want to have the Tesla being complete control of what's happening there. Then again, what do you need? You need a hardware. That's relatively easy. You can go to a shop and buy the car, then you have the hardware, okay? Then let's assume then Tesla is nice and open sources their complete software tomorrow. Then you can study the software, you can install the software in your car, and it's all nice. The problem is nowadays, cars and lots of other applications, they actually use machine learning. And machine learning requires training data. So let's assume you get the software, you get the hardware, but you don't have a self-driving car. It's useless. You're not in control. You can't even use it yourself. Because what you need, first, you need to have the training data to do the machine learning to then have a self-driving car. Okay? So this means that you really need, going back, you really need hardware and software and data nowadays for complete digital sovereignty. But I want to go one step further because I think there might be another component, right? There's another component that you need for complete digital sovereignty. For example, let's look into social networking. Let's say Facebook is very nice, and they also open source their complete source code tomorrow, okay? Then again, great, because I can buy some hardware, just buy a server and put it at home in my basement, fine. Then I get this nice new open source software from Facebook. It's available, free software. You take it, install it in this machine, nice. Then you take the data. Maybe I have all my chat messages and my pictures and all my status messages and all my stuff there. And I just also put it on this machine. Okay, great. Do I have digital sovereignty now? Not really, because my own social network at home, where I'm the only user, is a bit lonely, right? If I'm the only user there, it doesn't really help. So you really want to connect this to other users. You actually want to have something like the cloud. That's something, I mean, for social networking, if it's communication, for example, then basically isolating your system from others is not very helpful for communication. So something like the cloud is actually sometimes useful. So now I want to basically talk a little bit about the cloud, where I think it's coming from and what it means. Some of you might wonder where the term cloud comes from. Cloud, like what's that? What has a cloud something to do with IT? So I did some research, and my theory is actually it came from diagrams like that. If you're like a little bit older like me, then you still remember like the 90s. And if you worked in IT in the 90s, then maybe you remember some of those PowerPoint slides, something like that, where people were demonstrating their infrastructure. Fine. This is an example where you can see, hey, here's a computer, here's a fax machine, here's a telephone, here's some other laptop, something. And then that's all connected with these red network cables. And then on the left, you see this cloud. Okay. So this cloud was one of the clipouts from PowerPoint. And I think this is actually where the term coming from. And this cloud meant, okay, here's something more. Here's other stuff that's also connected to my network, but it's somewhere else. I don't know it. It's running out of my control. It's somewhere else. I don't really care, but it is there and it's interacting with my system somehow. I think this is actually where where the term is coming from. Or another example is this network diagram, also from the 90s. There you can see a bunch of servers and network switches and other components. And again, there is this cloud. This is this clip out from PowerPoint. I see, okay, this whole infrastructure is actually connected to something else, to the internet, to some other services. But there I no longer know what kind of cables and hard disk and switches are in there. It's just cloudy, right? I don't really understand it, but it is definitely there and it's connected, and it wouldn't work without it. Of course, nowadays the cloud looks a little bit different. Nowadays the cloud is actually huge. So the cloud has like lots of applications, lots of data, lots of infrastructure. And our local network, as you can see here, tiny on the right-hand side, are just like very small, tiny components, are basically just access terminals to the cloud in a way. Right? So this is unfortunately how the world looks nowadays. Of course, as you might know, the cloud is actually not this cloudy thing, because there are actually hardware behind it. Right? There is this term also from the FSFE that there is no cloud, it's just someone else's computer. It's exactly how it is. Right? This cloudy clip out doesn't mean that there is nothing in it. Of course, there's the full infrastructure in it. It's just someone else's infrastructure, and I don't really know it. So that's the problem here. Okay, so where is this cloud? Where is this cloud? Because it is not in the sky, right? It's some server somewhere. I took like a world map, and I tried to basically identify where this cloud really is in the world, because it must be somewhere. It is hardware. I was relatively fast because most of the cloud is actually there. So this is California, this is Silicon Valley, a little bit north in Seattle. There you see Amazon and Microsoft, but it's basically, this is like where all the cloud, all the infrastructure is, okay? And this is the situation where we're living in. And this is where the term digital sovereignty is so critical, because we really depend on some infrastructure running by some people we don't really control somewhere else, and we are not really in control of our IT anymore. So yeah, digital sovereignty, how can we get there? How can we achieve that? Because that's a free software conference here, and as I mentioned, free software is a key to digital sovereignty, but it's not the only component. We need a little bit more. So to finish up my talk, I wanted to inspire you to talk a little bit about what we can actually do to reach digital sovereignty again, as we had in the 80s, where we had our computers on desk together with the free software. So what do we actually need? So what are the components to reach digital sovereignty? I think the first thing we need is there should be a rich and decentralized infrastructure where these IT services can run. Okay, and this means that sometimes this infrastructure is in my basement. Maybe sometimes I decide to run it myself, okay, or in my company or university or my soccer club or whatever, right? But if I want to run it locally, that should be possible. But if you want to run it like hosted by somewhere else in the cloud, this should also be possible, and that's fine. That's just an option. But it is important that there are not only 3 providers in the world. There should be like millions of different providers where you can choose. And there should be very small, and there should be very big ones. You should be able to choose where you want to host your applications and your data. And then that's actually fine. And of course, you should be able to migrate between them, obviously. And this kind of infrastructure should be really decentralized, and there should be providers in every region of the world. So it's not really good to have decentralization. Okay, and this is actually where I'm happy that we have this initiative called Gaia X in the EU at the moment, which tries to help here a little bit. So Gaia X, what is it? It is actually an initiative by the German government, by the French government, and many other European governments at the moment. It's mainly an European initiative. The idea is to build a decentralized cloud infrastructure. Okay, so the idea is not to build like one big European cloud. The idea is to connect all those different smaller cloud providers together into one virtual cloud, basically, make it completely interoperable. And this together then should be an alternative to cloud service from the US and China, mainly. There are like 200 members already, from very small to very big. And together, this is this initiative to build this. The idea is to have open standards, interoperable standards between the different cloud providers to basically enable everybody to offer those services. There is also a little bit of a commitment to do everything as open source and free software. I have this in brackets here because there are still ongoing discussions. I have lots of discussions with people and politicians about that, where I want to stress that it needs to be free software, otherwise it's useless. But there's still a fight going on to basically have the full commitment that full Gaia X should be open source. Just to be clear, I don't want to sound like a fan of that. It's just an interesting initiative. I'm actually very happy that the politicians understand the need for that. To reach digital sovereignty, you need to have a better decentralized local cloud infrastructure, not depend on 3 big players somewhere else. But of course, this is a project that is pushed forward by many organizations, and let's see how it goes. But it has a lot of potential. The second thing I think we need to reach full digital sovereignty is that you always have to have the choice between on-premise and off-premise solutions. So on-premise, of course, means host it yourself in some data center, some server, something you own, you control. And off-premise means to give it to someone else, to pay someone else to do the services for you, which is totally fine in some situations, but you should have the choice. It's not good if some services only exist on as software as a service and don't exist as real free software that you can install yourself anymore. So it really should be on-premise or off-premise. You should be able to choose. The third requirement for full digital sovereignty, in my opinion, is it really needs to be free software. And I don't have to repeat it. I think everybody here who is listening knows the benefits of free software and open source. Really, as I mentioned before, you can study the software, you can learn from it, you can innovate on top of it, you can check if there are any backdoors, you can use it for any purpose, and so on and so on. So free software, open source is absolutely a key requirement for that. This is why all the important components, there should be free software alternatives. And now comes the one slide pitch for Nextcloud, obviously. Sorry, I can't help myself. So with Nextcloud, we try to help in some area. So we try to provide an alternative to the services from Google and Microsoft and Dropbox and others, basically the application layer. So the full collaboration suite with Office and file and chat and video calling, groupware and so on, that you can run on-premise, off-premise, where you want, as 100% open source. So that's something we try to do. But of course, at the end, what you really want is not like one implementation, not only Nextcloud, but you want to have like different implementations for every component of the stack. All right, so basically what you really need is different open source projects or different open source companies providing different pieces of the stack, and they all are exchangeable, and maybe you sometimes decide to use that one, then you decide to use another one, and this is how it should be, that you can choose between them. Maybe it's also fine to have some proprietary alternatives too, but there should be at least several free software open source implementations too. I think this is really, really important for digital sovereignty. So what we really need is this rich free software product ecosystem that you can choose between different things. One of the challenges I want to mention quickly here is the challenge of surveillance capitalism. That's actually an interesting situation that if you're doing open source and free software for a long time, as me, then you remember that in the 90s and 2000s, when, I don't know, Linux distributions or LibreOffice or Firefox and others that try to compete against the proprietary solutions, we always had the benefit to be like the more free as in freedom solution, but we were also free as in we are. Nowadays, it's unfortunately a bit more complicated because lots of those cloud services you also get for free because they do surveillance capitalism, right? They look into your data, they sell you advertising, they sell your data to all kinds of other things you don't want, but that's something that's happening. So this unfortunately has the weird effect that open source and free software is no longer cheaper. Actually, in some cases, it is more expensive because let's look at Nextcloud, for example. So Nextcloud is free. You don't have to pay for it, sure, but you need to run it somewhere. You need to have a server or some cloud infrastructure, some storage, some compute, some networking, and so on to run it. And you have to pay for that. But if you use like the free version from Google or, I don't know, from Facebook, you don't have to pay for it. Actually, you pay with your data. So in an interesting way, proprietary software, like the one from Google, is now cheaper than free software. So that's something to overcome. It's a bit of a problem, to be honest. The next requirement I want to point out is open standards. So I mentioned that we want to have different implementations that can be provided and that can be replaced to each other. And it's really important that we all follow the same open standards, because only then software components can be replaced. And this is like for everything. This should be like for basic cloud services, social networking, productivity, infrastructure like AWS, APIs for all the components. That's really something we need to do. Also on a political level to make this mandatory. That there are actually laws that certain IT systems need to follow open standards. I think this is not happening automatically by market forces. I think there are really laws needed to make this mandatory. And then the last thing I wanted to point out is I think we should have like stronger laws how data is handled. And this is like privacy rights. I think we still need to have stronger privacy rights. In Europe, we have the GDPR, which is a good step forward. But I think there should be more regulations and rules how our privacy and our data is handled. And then the second thing is, of course, data portability. This is actually funny because data portability is part of the GDPR, but this is widely ignored. I don't really know why, but the GDPR actually requires that you can export your data from one service and import it into another service. So that's definitely something that is really key to reach like full digital sovereignty. Okay, now I'm getting to the end of my talk. Let's go to the summary already. I think digital sovereignty is a mandatory thing for a free and open society. If you just imagine that you're not in control of your digital life, you don't know what's happening with your data, with your communication, everything is controlled by someone else, and you have no legal rights to do something, you can't really influence it, you can't innovate on top of it, you can't change it, then this is not a free and open society anymore. So digital sovereignty for individuals and for companies and for governments is mandatory. It's really important. And I think we are builders of these tools. We are engineers. We build this kind of internet services, this software. I mean, this is a software conference here, right? So we have the obligation to shape the future of IT, of computing in a way that that enables us all to live in a free and open society again in 20, 30, 50 years. And we have the opportunity to do that because we have the tools, but we really also have to do that. The internet and the cloud this is all built by engineers, right? The internet is not nature, right? This is all human beings, which also means that other human beings like us can change it. And we have to do that. And free software and open source is really the key to that. It's no longer just like, yeah, it would be nice to look into the source code. No, it's a fundamental human right, fundamental requirement for a free society, mandatory for digital sovereignty to have like free software implementations of all important components. So thanks a lot. This was my talk, and now I think we might have still 5 minutes for questions, I hope.
Yes, thank you so much, Frank, for that talk. That was wonderful. Yeah, we have a few questions coming in. I see some that are on a similar topic, so I'll read these two out together. The first one is, the Russian government wants to control social networks. In Belarus, the power and force just said that people should stop using smartphones because the USA is spying on them. Do you think that digital sovereignty would be just another term to lock control over media inside countries' borders so that everybody could be punished by those who are in power? And there's another similar question that's how do you see the concern Julia Rader raised yesterday that the term digital sovereignty might also give room to nationalism? What can be done about this?
Yes, they're definitely connected, the two things. This is a bit of a tricky thing, because if you have a new term like digital sovereignty, people try to frame the meaning of it in different ways. For example, you have the Microsoft of the world who say, well, if you buy Microsoft products, then you did a sovereign decision. You like Microsoft, you buy it, and then you're digital sovereign because you buy it. That's of course a complete spin of the meaning, which is totally not the meaning of itself. In the same way, I think if a government like Russia or China too decided to basically control all the services inside the country by the government and then call it digital sovereignty, then this is also like a spin and change of the meaning. Because digital sovereignty doesn't mean that the government can do what they want. It also means that every human being can do what they want, right? It's not like, I mean, we have human rights, right? And we all are humans, and we are all have human rights, but governments don't have human rights, right? Governments are just tools for the people, right? So digital sovereignty is something for the people and for everybody to control their digital life. So, and if everybody's in control, that this is not nationalism, right? Of course, I completely agree with Julia that we are living in this interesting times where different organizations and are spinning terms in different directions. So it's definitely, at least in my opinion, doesn't mean that somehow, I don't know, there should be like a big firewall of Europe in the same way, big firewall of China. This has absolutely nothing to do with the meaning of digital sovereignty.
So you think we should be very clear with what we mean by sovereignty when we use this term?
Yeah, I think so. But it is a bit of that's always how it is with new words, right? People try to spin it as they want, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, we have a couple more questions. One of them is, are you familiar with the Unhosted organization who've been working since 2010? Yes, and they predicted a lot of current discussions on sovereignty in digital. So yeah. you're aware of them? Yeah.
I absolutely. Actually, some of the core members are friends of mine, and we work together. And for example, Michael, I think, which is the founder, at least one of the core people, we work together on implementing some things in Nextcloud at the moment. And also Jan, who did the whole UI, UX of Unhosted, is also now doing the UI and UX of Nextcloud. So yeah, they're friends. And we share the same values and same ideas, I think I can say. And we definitely work together.
Okay, great. And we have time for one more as well. Do you see the way how to make the costs of surveillance capitalism So you pay with your, okay, sorry, let me read this again. Do you see a way to make the costs of surveillance capitalism that you pay with your data more visible to users so that it's clear that these services are not free?
Yeah, this is one of the big questions, right? I think I like the question because I like the way this is the direction of this question. I don't have an answer, to be honest. I'm thinking about this a lot, what we can do here. It's really a tough challenge and tough nut to crack. If someone has an idea how to do that, happy to help. I don't have a good answer. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But it's exactly the dilemma. I agree with the question, but I don't have an answer.
Okay, great. So we're coming up on our time now, and I would say we have a breakout room, the Mitte breakout room, where you can head to after this discussion to continue it, and hopefully Frank will be there too, and you can say hi, and if you have any more questions, ask those. So thank you again to Frank for that talk. It was really great. And
thanks a lot.
Okay, we'll be
See you
back
later.
in 10 minutes here. Bye. Hello and welcome back to the Mitte stage of FOSS Backstage. We have another great talk coming up for you now with Malvika Sharan. Malvika is the community manager of the Turing Way at the Alan Turing Institute. She's also a co-founder of the Open Life Science Mentoring and Training Program that teaches and mentors researchers from all around the world to design, lead, and sustain open source science projects. Today, Malvika will be speaking about the Turing Way. So let me bring in Malvika. Hi there.
Hi.
Hi there. I will just bring in your slides if you share your screen, and then I'll let you get started.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malvika Sharan, and I will be talking about building a culture of collaboration in open source communities. I will give examples from my work as a community manager of the Turing Way. The Turing Way is an open source project that involves and supports its diverse community in making data science reproducible, ethical, collaborative, and inclusive for everyone. We believe that to make our project truly beneficial and comprehensible, we need to collaborate with people with diverse skills, backgrounds, and domain knowledge. This project is a part of the Alan Turing Institute, which is the National Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence in the UK. The Turing Way is developed under the research program called Tools, Practices, and Systems, and the goal of this program includes providing trustworthy system, transparent reporting, inclusive interoperable design, ethical integrity, respectful co-creation, and leadership in open research. The Turing Way sits across most of these goals and provides a central resource for good practices to all our researchers within the UK and internationally. It was started by Kirsty Whitaker as a book on reproducibility. Shared as a lightly opinionated guide, this book provides reproducible tools and practices to help ensure that the PhD students, postdocs, PI, funding teams, and all other stakeholders know what is their responsibility of reproducibility, where they can make impact, and how they can make their work more efficient and understandable. Reproducibility is when the same analysis is applied to the same data set, it should give same result. It is quite simple to define, but involves making complex decisions at every step of the way. So it starts right at the research idea. You want to communicate with others the plan and the design that you have in mind. Then you describe your protocol, collect data sets, you start processing and wrangling your data, conduct your studies and analysis, publish your work and other research components so everyone can access it. Then comes archiving the data to ensure that your data is reusable, meaning that someone else can go through this whole process of reproducing and building upon your work. That's quite an overwhelming process. Moreover, it does not just involve data practices, but also includes the way we communicate our work with others, how we design our project, how efficiently we collaborate with each other. All these while ensuring that we maintain highest ethical standards and research integrity in our research. So in order to accommodate all these requirements in research and data science, the project expanded to include four more guides. In addition to the guide on reproducible research, we have guide on project design, communication, collaboration, and ethical research. And we also record all the community practices that we are building and practicing within the Turing Way in our community handbook. We have seen our project and community grow in the last 2 years. We currently host over 134 subchapters across 5 guides. In order to ensure that our community members are able to participate, irrespective of their previous experiences of working with open source community, we provide the resources, guidance, templates, trainings, and pathways that they can use to stay involved in the community. We have over 250 direct contributors on GitHub and over thousands of users. For example, we have a set of illustrations that I have intensively used in my talk today, have been downloaded over 4,000 times. We have 500 subscribers of our newsletter, over 1,600 Twitter followers, and about 150 people who participate on a day-to-day conversation. So for a community that started at a grassroots level, we are very grateful that these members work with us. So to summarize the Turing Way book or project, it's a book, but it's a community where people come together to collaborate and write chapters, build and maintain resources, share their skills and ideas around best practices in data science and research. We apply open source principle in the development and maintenance of the book. Finally, it's built on the culture of collaboration, which is the process and the backbone of our project. So that was about the Turing Way. Next, I will be sharing practices, examples, and insights from this project to further discuss how we can promote a culture of collaboration in open source communities. Let's look at 3 areas of challenges that I will explore in my talk: open source communities, community members, and building collaboration among the members. Let's start by defining what open source community means. An open source community refers to collaborative efforts in an open source software or resource development that anyone can join. They can collaborate to determine direction and goals, and the result will be made available under a free license. In my opinion, there are a lot of assumptions there that anyone can join, that things will happen collaboratively, and that all the outputs will be made available. These are expectations that we cannot ensure that they will happen. Before we come back to discussing this issue in detail, let's see who the members are. These people share common goals and values in the project, such as intent to develop the software or resource. But they come from diverse backgrounds and come with different expectations. A project can have an overarching vision, but each member who joined the project have personal purpose. These visions and purpose leads them to support the open source movement. As a result, they collaborate in the open source community, and they also experience different challenges based on their personal needs, skills, and backgrounds. They will also face lots of barriers in participation. So we saw 2 sets of challenges. So we know that there are assumptions in open source community definition, and there are barriers that each member face. The third component of my talk is building collaboration, which is the valuable for working towards open source communities and projects, and also to meet our personal goals. I will explain this part in levels of importance. The central of all the work that we do is the product. That could be a software or a resource. Then maintaining highest level of scientific integrity, such as reproducibility, accessibility, ethical standards that make our work more reliable and useful for our users. Now, the third level is the collaborative work, which is very much required for the development and sustainability of a community where most time and resources are invested. This level includes development, testing, documenting, sharing, archiving, and promoting the project. The fourth level of collaboration is by members who might not have been originally involved in designing the project, but they want to participate. They require support in getting onboarded in the project. They would like to know what tasks they can do, what kind of training could help them fill any gap they may have, and in the best case scenario, they can receive mentoring to actually become part of this process and take on meaningful roles. This will require existing members to welcome them, review their work, and provide good feedback. Often, this is the level where work starts to increase for people in open source. Often, these people are working as volunteers. They are working beyond their day job. But also, this is the part which is very crucial. It's crucial to ensure that we are proactively promoting inclusive approaches to welcome diverse ideas from different skill sets. We do not want to exclude people unintentionally by not providing the support that they need to become part of this community. Finally comes the level, which is often hidden, which is the reason why it's written in small font, but also there are just too many of those hidden works. These are tasks that goes into developing inclusive culture, maintaining communication, having interaction that are positive for people, providing guidelines, making sure that there is diversity in terms of representation and ideas, ensure that we have pathways for onboarding and also offboarding, find funding, maintain transparency, have a governance, publish reports, incentivize people, help build opportunities for connection, and make sure that people are not burnt out while we embed accessibility in all the pathway. And also, please insert anything that often stay hidden in open source and deserves more recognition. This is also where most work around community building happens. And that's where I want to focus the rest of my talk, exploring the challenges that we have just discussed. In order to make collaboration successful and effective among open source community members, we need to first understand and accept that open by default is not inclusive or accessible or community-led. By definition, we saw that open source community only means that people are collaborating to build something to make them available online. And honestly, that is not enough. We need to bring people in. If we want these aspects to become part of the process, we need to intentionally design our project to make people a part of the development process. The human-centered design approach to make sure that we move from open to inclusive practices in community, which is accessible for everyone and where everyone contributes in a way that we count them. Community building is a process of granting access to skill and support an individual or group needs to participate in a community and influence decision-making process. The key to intentional community building is to have more people involved in the decision-making process. This means that diverse contributors are given opportunities to come into the project with different perspectives, participate in the development process, and integrate their combined values in the product by design. Only such a product will truly be relatable, useful, and beneficial for diverse users. The end goal of building a community through collaboration is to distribute power equally throughout the community, so the decision-making is not conducted by one person with most power that can be detrimental to most people in the community who may not get their voices heard. As a community builder, I spend most of my career thinking about the development of practices around building inclusive communities. And there are 5 points that I want to share with you today. Lesson 1, design for inclusion, because inclusion shouldn't be an afterthought. We can use open leadership principles for that. Open leadership principle for designed in Mozilla Foundation, and they are a set of practices and skills people can use in projects that allows them to collaborate within an inclusive communities. There are 3 simple rules of open leadership. First, understanding, so that your work is clear, authentic, and widely accessible. Sharing, so that your work can be adapted, reproduced, and built upon by others. And third is participation and inclusion, so that we create a sense of shared ownership that inspires contributions. In the Turing Way, every little contribution counts. We foster a culture of collaboration by ensuring that the collaboration is not defined just by the common goals, the product of the team, or what kind of knowledge they're exchanging on the top level. But we also take time to make sure that people are given the inclusive workspace that they need to perform their best, that they treat each other kindly, abide by code of conduct, know what roles they can have, and contribute to building diverse teams by explicitly opening ideas for contribution. In all our work, we apply open leadership principles. We also define pathways for contribution that always require multiple people to support each other. For example, people are invited to develop and share resources within the Turing Way. We support people by mentored contribution, where an experienced contributor reviews the contributions made by new contributors. We also create opportunities for people to maintain and improve resources. So high-level maintenance and improvements are very important, but equally important are to invite new members to help in smaller tasks. This could be fixing a broken link, or fixing a bug, or updating an outdated resource. These are listed as issue for first-time contributors with good first issue labels that can be identified by relatively new contributors. They can help fix these. So fixing bugs or broken links may not be the real purpose of our contributors, but these allow them to build confidence in contributing to a new project. People who share our resources more widely are also our contributors as they communicate our work, often writing blogs, giving conference talk on behalf of the community. Then there are people who are more interested in reviewing and updating existing resources, which is extremely valuable, especially in data science and research where methods and practices are rapidly evolving. And then we have also a group of contributors who are translating the book into languages to make it truly global, so more people can read and understand them. We have currently 3 languages where most of the contributions are happening. These are Spanish, Chinese, and French. Finally, we are building a resource where people are encouraged to share best practices. It doesn't mean that they need to write everything that already exists on the internet, but they can come and highlight their own resources in the book so that others can use them. The second lesson is to develop guidelines because no one can read your mind yet. Social norms drive behavior and affect community culture. To avoid any detrimental impact of unwritten rule, we need to transparently communicate them with the community. I think one of the biggest barriers a new person can experience when entering a project is not knowing what the rules and expectations are, where they can participate and how they can contribute. All this can be very discouraging for someone who is new to the project. And that's why documenting them is very, very important. So define those unlabeled doors. Tell where people can go, label issues and pull requests, describe how people can participate, what tools will be required, what kind of support do they have, and what kind of roles and rewards are in place. The minimum requirement for a repository that even GitHub prompts you to do when you go to the insights and the community project is to add a README page, define how people can contribute, and what is the code of conduct. Make it as detailed as possible. In the Turing Way, we also have a list of contributors, and these are people who have contributed and would like to have their contributors documented in detail. We have also carefully developed a community handbook. This has a chapter that describes how to enter the project. We also have guidelines for supporting the development of chapters, maintaining consistency. We provide chapter templates and workflows so nobody has to start from the scratch. We describe other community practices like how they can meet with each other, how they can receive reports, how they can get involved in asynchronous collaboration. And we also have, of course, GitHub issues and bugs that are tagged for new users. The third lesson is foster a sense of ownership because communities are not built on one person's opinion. We avoid individual authorship in the favor of establishing shared ownership and agency in the project. The project belongs to the community and is always a work in progress. All our contributions are facilitated through GitHub. Most of our conversation happens there online, transparently via issues and pull requests. All these places for us are places to invite people to join in and share the discussion ideas. We use all contributors bot. It's a very simple to install easy bot which allows you to recognize contributions by contributors who don't really push code on GitHub. They might be people who join a discussion, for example, this one where Martina and Batul were installing a hypothesis web annotation for the book, but they had had a previous discussion with 2 people, Laura and Samuel, and on the way they received this support from you. So even though these 2 are the persons who are doing pushes, there are 3 other people who were involved in the process who were given the credit for this work. This is also for me an evidence of inclusive practices and kind of culture we want to develop in the project. Since the Turing Way is an online project, we want to ensure that people have opportunities to meet with each other and build connection. We host co-working calls every week and collaboration cafes bi-weekly. We also hosted Book Dash, which is a sprint-like event. So co-working collaboration cafes are online, quiet co-working time where people meet online and work together. But Book Dashes are a longer version of that, where people synchronously from all around the world contribute to similar topics at the same time. So the last one we had was virtual. And honestly, that was the most diverse and inclusive team that we had because, of course, people could not have attended a lot of in-person events. So we had ideas and conversation that wouldn't have otherwise happened. Martina is one of our core contributors who has been part of the community for a long time and attends co-working calls. And she says that it is quite useful for people who may be intimidated to work in a new community with new people. And these conversations are quite crucial for staying motivated. We also want to create opportunities for people to learn from what has happened in the past. And this has been also recorded quite thoroughly. We provide detailed guidance to ensure that the best practices are maintained throughout the book consistently. But we share them with a caveat that these are recommendations and we welcome new approaches of working. Paul was the one who was involved in that building of consistency project. He was our Google Season of Doc intern, and it was the first time he was contributing to open source. And he found the experience of working in open source quite rewarding because he realized that the work is not in the amount of work he does, but how he enables other people. The fourth lesson is recognize all contributions because we want to incentivize collaboration and promote diversity. If we do not recognize all contribution, we will end up disproportionately ignoring the hidden labor that a lot of people do, and especially those who are quite new to the tech community. Often those people are members of marginalized groups who have historically been excluded from open source and tech spaces. In the Turing Way, we recognize all contribution. First of all, as mentioned, we use all contributors bot that records all the contribution directly on pull request and GitHubs. But we also provide dedicated page in the book for the contributors to write what they think is meaningful for them to highlight their work. They share how they can, how one person can meet them, how they can collaborate with them, and what they have worked on. So for example, we have Batul's page. So everyone gets their dedicated link. So this can be used, for example, someone wants to build a new skill, such as working with version control or building community. They can choose to work on specific tasks that matches their interest. They can then update their page describing how they achieved those skills, which is an evidence for them that can become part of their CV. In order to create opportunities for people to come into the project and highlight their work, we want to meet them where they are. So if you're new to the community, join the community. You can learn a new skill, you can share a new skill, you can collaborate with other, mentor other, and represent this community. And we will value your participation in any form. Our moonshot goal is to make reproducibility too easy not to do. And that can happen when we can make system and structure level changes, influencing research and policy at national and international level. Some of the notable impact we had in 2020 with the support of our contributors was that the project was highlighted in EU report for reproducibility. A policy by Mayor of London on emerging technology charter was created using the Turing Way as an open and inclusive project. A funding call from UKRA referenced the project as an example of data science culture. Community trainings like Code Refinery and Data and Library Carpentries have referenced the Turing Way, and the work has been cited in multiple papers. So let's recap. There are 4 lessons that I have shared so far for culture of collaboration. Design for inclusion, because inclusion cannot be an afterthought. Develop guidelines, because we can't read your mind yet. Foster a sense of ownership, because strong communities are not built on one person's opinion. Recognize all contributions, because we want to incentivize collaboration and promote diversity. There's a lot more to community building that I'm not discussing today, but there is one more thing that I want to mention. Invest in community building. If you have funding to hire a community manager or more community managers, please do. If you don't, find other ways to reward and support volunteers who are doing these jobs. Community building is a full-time job, and it is important to facilitate a culture of collaboration. Volunteers are often overworked and possibly burnt out. We cannot put these hidden and often emotional labor on them. Therefore, it makes a huge difference to have someone working full-time in identifying what people's needs are how we can make it easy for them to participate. It is probably a very selfish pitch because I enjoy my work as a community building, and I find it quite valuable in clearing hurdle to enable people to do what they do best with the skills that they have. So to summarize my talk, building a culture of collaboration in a community, open source or otherwise, requires a lot of care and nurturing. It cannot just happen. We need to be purposeful in integrating values we want to build. With that, I'd like to thank all the contributors and members of the Turing Way. Thanks to Kirsty for starting this project. All our resources are online. If you are interested to join our next book dash or find any updates, you can subscribe to the newsletter. Before I leave, I want to give a shout out to Sarah Gibson, who is giving a workshop on Binder, which is free. You're welcome to join. It's offered by Software Sustainability Institute. I'm happy to take any question. Thank you. Sorry, I don't hear you, Max.
I'm muted. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for that presentation. It was really good. I thought there were some really interesting points in there. I maybe it's an obvious one, but I just like the idea of intentional designing. That these open source projects aren't inclusive by default, and that we have to think about them from the very beginning and all the way through. I think that's a very important point. If anyone has any questions, please drop them into the chat, and I will ask them for you.
While people are typing, I just wanted to say that my talk is online. I'll drop a link to the PDF, and I'm sorry I couldn't provide the transcription, but I have a transcription that I will also just share in online as a Zenodo link.
Okay, amazing. Will you put that in the chat here, or?
I will put that in the chat, yeah.
Okay, amazing, great. Yeah, so if anyone wants to ask any questions, please write them. I just have one question while we wait. What advice would you give to organizations or groups if they can't afford to hire someone as a full-time community developer or manager? How would you advise them to go forward?
I think, yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's a huge problem in most of the communities. One of the projects that you had mentioned that I'm also part of, which is Open Life Science, where we train people how to lead their communities. And the problem with that training, it's great, but we also have to tell our people that volunteer tasks shouldn't be always free, that we need to actually find money to support these people. But if we can't find money, I think we can invest in their skill building. We need to identify tasks which are not really big. Can we break down community building into smaller tasks? Can we involve 10 instead of one person who's probably not sleeping well doing all these tasks? So I think just bringing those, human aspect is very important, that someone is taking responsibility. If the projects are running for free, I am quite sad that's the case, because that's truly the case worldwide. But there are funding options that are often available, and communicating with the communities, for example, Sloan Moore Foundation or Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Wellcome Trust. These are some places where funding can be available. But also there's one community, it's called Open Bioinformatics Foundation. We're at the moment trying to launch a grassroots level community support funding, which is not a lot of money. It gives about $1,000. It's not a lot, but it at least help people with infrastructure costs, like having a Zoom account or setting a communication platform. So yeah, funding is not the answer, but I do think involving more people in these emotional labor is the answer.
Yeah, I guess that fits with what you were talking about, this hidden labor as well. Like maybe if the hidden labor is made more visible, then people can keep an eye on how it's being done and who's doing it, and making sure it doesn't all fall to the same person. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Another shout out to this new project called Hidden Ref. Hidden Ref is a alternative of ref, which is probably very UK centric, where people recognize a research contribution. Hidden ref is everything behind the research contribution. The recent addition that they had is called lived experience in research, where people use people's lived experience to build communities or project, but they don't get recognition for all the investment that they do. So I think that's something to look out for.
Okay, that sounds like a really interesting project. Is that if we Google hidden ref?
Hidden ref, yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. We are coming up to our time now. So I would say if people want to continue the conversation and if they have any more questions, we have a breakout room. So if you head to the breakout room Mitte, you can carry on the conversation there and ask any questions. So yeah, thank you once again, Malvika, for that great talk.
Thank you, Max. Thanks for
You're welcome.
hosting.
Okay. And we will be back in 10 minutes with another great talk. So see you in a minute.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome, everyone. Today I have the privilege of introducing Tracy Evans. Tracy Evans works at Open Strategy Partners, and she's going to be talking about 10 ways of trust. Tracy, you here? All right, take it away.
Thank you for the introduction. Great. So, yeah, let's jump right in. Thanks so much for the great introduction. Let me get technically set up here, sharing my screen, presenter mode. And waiting for it to load, of course. Thank you for your patience. So, as Richard mentioned, my name is Tracy Evans, and I'm a partner and co-founder of Open Strategy Partners. And I'd like to talk to you today about trust, the 10 ways to build better connections and also build better businesses and better communities. OSP was born out of some conversations and strong ideas about communication that has now become our communication model, which underpins everything we do. And it's called authentic communication. And it's based on 3 elements that we see here: empathy, clarity, and trust. And so based on that, I naturally gravitate towards any material written on these topics. And I got the inspiration for this talk from a book written by Canada's former Governor General, David Johnston. The book was called Trust, 20 Ways to Build a Better Country. And in this book, he implores us to see that trust is gained through our actions and decisions, on our doing and not merely saying, on the basis that can be observed and measured rationally. Is a quote from the book. And he really wants us to explore the attitudes, habits, and approaches that that make people, businesses, organizations, and countries trustworthy. And it was really interesting, and I highly recommend the book. So in this talk, I'd like to share with you 10 very practical tips to mindfully build trust into your communications, and also to make the argument that if we put actions like these at the core of how we communicate, that we can build better connections, businesses, and communities. So let's step back for a second and think about why trust actually matters. And my theory or philosophy is that more and more people are making values-based decisions, including, but especially around where they work, where they contribute, and definitely what tools and services they use or support. And I would argue that trust is one of the most important underlying values that influence people's choices. And for people to engage with your company, your project, your product, they need to connect with you. And to do that, they need trust. So what is trust? Of course, we need the Oxford definition of trust, and that's the firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone or something. But actually, it's far more complicated than that. That's a really simplistic view. Trust is an often overlooked phenomenon, but it's an important one that's worth deeper consideration, in my opinion. Trust is especially important in how we communicate the value of open source technology products and services, the value of which is highly complex and often abstract, and where the story around a given set of features and benefits can be told in a multitude of ways. That's a really important view to have. So I really like Stephen Covey's model of trust. To me, it stands the test of time, and it fits very well with open source technology products and services. When we look at his model, we can see that it breaks down into two main categories, competence and character. And on the competence side, it solves the questions, things like, can you solve my problem? Can you solve it better than any alternative? And can I expect a high level of knowledge and experience to be baked into your product or service? And then over on the character side, it looks more at things like, do your values align with mine? And this question, I'd like to break this down into 3 different types of values, those being moral, technical, and business values. So for example, with moral values, the question can be, do they source their materials in a sustainable way? Do they pay fair wages? Do they have a diverse recruiting culture? On technical values, it could be things like, do they and how do they use open source and open standards? Does it align with the way that we use it? Do they treat users' data with respect? Do they use DevOps practices to get highly technical? And on the third type of value, the business values, it can answer things like, is your business model competitive? Is it transparent? Is it fair? And do you communicate in an open and authentic way? This sort of structured catalog of questions is something that you should be visiting at both the strategic level as well as the content production level. This should really come through in both of those practices. So the domains where trust matters most might be domains that you happen to overlook. We need to bring trust into our communication in all of these domains up here. So support and interaction, training, technical documentation, product communication, things like product pages, data sheets, demos, and of course, editorial communication like blogs, social, PR. So getting down to business, let's dive into the 10 ways. So way number 1 is be technically accurate always. A simple, straightforward way to ensure technical accuracy is to interview the expert, and if needed, ask them to review your work. This is especially important for marketers and technical writers who may not have the depth of knowledge that the developers do, for example. Way number 2, be precise in your language and use zero hyperbole. Avoid things like best in class, only solution that, or overusing the word innovation happens a lot. Never say it's the only X you'll ever need, or claiming that one technology will solve all of your problems. So avoid things like that. And it's not only that these statements are inaccurate, they're also not helpful. They're so broad that it doesn't give the reader a clear picture of the value that you can actually deliver them. Way number 3, keep your writing tight. Too much noise around what really needs to be communicated dampens the trust that we can build. Crisp, sharp, focused communication, however, gives us the clarity that we spoke of earlier. Way number 4, a clear narrative structure. And this is similar to tight writing in that it provides clarity, but it does so by taking the reader in hand and essentially leading them down a clear path. Way number 5, so an easy to navigate informational structure makes the journey easy and flexible for your reader. It allows them to choose their own adventure and consume the bits of information that's most relevant to them. We do this with things like descriptive headlines, breaking the text down to smaller paragraphs that are easy to scan, using bullet points and other formatting to call out the important bits. This is really important for trust. And way number 6 is always use logical rigor, and of course, avoiding logical fallacies. And I'd like to take just a minute here to provide a few examples of logical fallacies. First one being overgeneralization. So the writer bases the argument on insufficient evidence. The writer draws a larger conclusion than the evidence supports. And so if you are claiming that CMS A is better than CMS is a better CMS, you would need to do fairly exhaustive research and comparison with objective standards and unbiased results to warrant that claim. You can, however, talk about a specific set of functionality that supports a particular use case that you haven't seen anywhere else. That's perfectly valid. The second logical fallacy that I want to share is non sequitur, or it doesn't follow, meaning, so this is where the writer's conclusion is not necessarily a logical result of the facts. For example, super simple example, stating that because CMS A has more functions, it's a better CMS than CMS B. Obviously, more doesn't equal better. A third one that we have is begging the question. So the writer presents as truth what is not yet proven by the argument. So before an argument on a topic can be made or a solution offered, the reader must be convinced that there is a problem. And the last example that I'll share with you is called the red herring. This is where the writer introduces a completely irrelevant point simply to divert the reader's attention from the main issue. And you may do this unconsciously. So in reviewing your writing and reasoning, make sure that you examine the suppositions and the conclusions you've made, and make sure that you are not making diversionary or non-relevant points to support your argument. A concrete example would be citing sales figures to show that one CMS A, showing that CMS A has higher sales than CMS B. This doesn't prove that CMS A is a better platform than CMS B for a given set of needs. Way number 7. Make mindful claims by avoiding things like binary claims, which is, stating that something is good or bad, or absolute claims, meaning best, worst, and things like that. And certainly avoid negativity. It's better to respect the nuance and the situations where your product may not actually be the best fit. And using FUD, or fear, uncertainty, and doubt, in our communication, and diminishing the value of the competitor doesn't help us build trust. It's quite the opposite. So focus on what value you deliver and not what the competition doesn't. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't do comparisons. Just don't use it to paint the competition into an especially bad light. So way number 8 is backing up your claims with evidence. And so we have a couple of different types of evidence. So we have quantitative evidence, which is things like statistics, industry reports, other research. We have case studies with quantifiable outcomes. And if we want to look at qualitative evidence, which is something that we see a lot of, that's things like expert claims, testimonials, anecdotal stories, for examples, and case studies with qualitative outcomes, and backing up a benefit claim by explaining how the product is actually built to support that benefit. Our product provides X benefit because it's built containing YZ features. That also helps back up your claim. And following on that is also documentation. So the other thing that we want to do when we think about claims or backing up our claims with evidence is looking at the quality of the evidence. And so it's important to ask ourselves, is each piece of evidence in the content piece, is it valid? Is it relevant? Is it unique? And is the evidence directly connected with a cause and effect relationship to the claim? So, and we can absolutely make emotional claims without evidence when appropriate, especially when quoting somebody else. For example, making a statement like, by working together, we make something greater than the sum of its parts. That's perfectly valid. Way number 9, speak from or reference an authoritative voice. The authoritative voice might be your internal technical expert. It might be a community-based expert. You can also reference research from a trusted source to have that authoritative voice. So, and last but not least, way number 10, recognize and acknowledge others for their expertise and knowledge, contributions, and competitive offerings. This is something that open source communities tend to do quite well, actually. And it's a very important factor in building trust. Oh, there we go. I believe that these actions and ways of communicating lead to more trust, and more trust equals more connection, and more connection equals happier people, stronger communities, and better businesses. My hope is that trust-infused communication becomes more and more the norm. And I also believe that this will make the world a better place. And I believe that the open source communities can play a leading role in this. So that was the next one. So sources for all the beautiful images, of course, came from Unsplash. And that's everything. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you so much. That was great. Really excellent to hear how you view trust and how you view it for open source. For anyone who's listening, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat or put them in the questions bar. I thought this was a great talk. I have some questions, if you're ready, Tracy.
I am. I'm trying to click over to the StreamYard tab, but
it's okay. I'm watching that, so I'll let you know. Okay. You're getting a few hearts right now, so
great.
People like there's no questions as of yet.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. So one question I had was, you talk about speaking from an authoritative voice.
Yeah.
And in open source, I increasingly see with small projects, this is really easy. You know, if it's a small module and there's one person, then all the docs come from them.
Yeah.
But with larger projects, I often find that things tend to devolve until you have this sort of vanilla marketing, normal technical documentation speak where there's no real person behind it. And so the authoritative voice becomes the voice of the project itself in a way.
Yeah.
How do you advise people to try to put more quotes from maintainers or something? How do you try to make it not so vanilla, but also more authoritative and more relevant to people and more personal for larger docs? Yeah.
And I think part of the answer was actually formulated in your question.
Sorry for begging the question. I shouldn't have done that. You mentioned that in number 5.
No, I think that I think it is important to not just have sort of a vanilla project voice. Of course, you want some consistency, and you want some sort of consistent style of voice. But it's also really important to highlight the people behind the technology. And so the contributors and the maintainers, it's important that they have a voice and that they're represented in all of the different types of communication in any open source technology, and including documentation. And I think it's really helpful for people when they come to consume any of that content, if they start to see some names and get to know who are the main players in the community. That can also be quite motivating for them to make their own contribution as well and to participate. And so I think we should encourage highlighting the community's voice, contributors and maintainers. Yeah.
I like that answer. Thank you so much. Another question I have is for READMEs for small projects. Because for much larger ones, there's often someone who thinks about these things, but for maintainers out there, how do you expect people to build a narrative when really it's just description, install, usage, license, contribute, end? How do you build a narrative through your documentation? Do you have any suggestions?
Oh, that's a very good question and a very tricky one to answer. I think that you can build a narrative across your documentation by tying all of the feature and benefit stories together and weaving those throughout your documentation. And for any given piece, like the README file, of course, there's the specific elements that people are expecting, but there's no reason why you can't put a little bit of context or a little bit of backstory at the beginning or the end of the document to help tie that narrative across the whole, all of the technical documentation.
That's a good answer. Thank you. By the way, we've lost your video. I don't know if that was intentional.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know. Again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm very happy to talk about this topic because I really love it. So I have some more going on. How would you like to speak to policymakers with the ability to provide funding? Yes, this was an interesting question I had from the very beginning. So you say things like, don't use the word innovative too much, avoid buzzwords, right?
Yeah.
What happens when an open source project needs to talk to people who use those languages to speak to their constituents? Say if you need funders or you need policymakers, they want those words.
Yeah, they really do. They really, really do. Oh, and there is no perfect answer to this. So just to set that up from the beginning, I think there are some careful language choices that you can make where you can get around not using those buzzwords or not using them so often, or explaining them in a little bit more depth and a little bit more of a concrete background. So if you're going to use a word like innovative, of course, it's not, we don't have to completely eliminate that from our vocabulary, but we should explain how we're innovative. How are you actually different? Because the point about not using buzzwords is to eliminate the expectation that just using these words at a high level is going to solve, is going to give them the understanding and the impression that we'll have what they need. And so as long as we back up those specific claims or back up using those words with a concrete explanation, I think that might be the happy path.
So that brings me to my next question. And again, if you have any other questions, feel free to drop them in the chat or the questions bar for those who missed me saying that the first two times. You talk about backing it up. So a lot of trust isn't just using language, but being able to actually embody the language that you use. How do you publicly in the open manage expectations with people who now have an expectation that you will back it up? Where do you have any tools you suggest for keeping a list of things that you've promised, or for making sure that everyone knows that you're? That's more of a project management question. I just wonder, on the back end, how do you make sure that you always fulfill everything that you say in your docs?
Actually, we have a very specific tool for this, and we call it the value map. I don't know that anybody else uses something like this, but essentially it's a tool where we collect an inventory of every single feature and benefit that a particular piece of software has, and we make sure that that the inventory is complete, and we make sure that it's in the language following the principles that we believe in and then what we've just discussed. And all of the marketing communications or technical communications that are they're built upon that value map. So it comes from like this concrete structure. So that's essentially how we really approach that issue.
That's really fascinating. I would love to see one of those in action. What sort of people does Open Strategy Partner normally work with? What sort of organizations? What size?
Size ranges. We work with small and medium-sized technical agencies, but we also work with large associations and companies. We operate almost exclusively in the open source space. And we have, so for example, we work with Typo3, the association, as well as the commercial arm, the GmbH, and an agency within that community. We also are quite active in the Drupal community. And yeah, essentially we love technology, and especially open source is our home base.
So you work with large communities. I mean, Drupal's huge, and that's great.
Yeah.
How do you get values from large communities? You use questionnaires, you use surveys. What do you do?
That is a fascinating question, and the Drupal community is actually a really great example where they've gone through several iterations and effort around building their values, and something that we do actually with our clients at a smaller level is help them identify their values so that they can bring out the right character and tone in their communication. And there's several different schools of thought about how to build values. So there's an inclusive approach where you might survey the community, find out their feedback, collect that, aggregate it, sort it out, and then articulate them based on that. And there's another school of thought, which is that the leadership alone should try to develop these values. And the Drupal community actually did a hybrid of these two solutions. So it was essentially the leadership team in the association with an external consultant that worked on their latest version of their values, which are they're the best articulated values I've seen. So I encourage people to check them out. And the way that they went about doing this in a hybrid way is that I believe they did interview some key people within the community and got their input. And then I believe they went away on an executive retreat and, worked through them and articulated them from there, which is a great approach.
Yeah, that sounds excellent. And I think given the 10 steps that you have, that would also really, really help. Starting from the value chain and then going forth and saying, does the documentation match these things? Are we being honest, forthright, using the right words, putting our money where our mouth is? This is great stuff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We've had no more questions, but for those of you who are in the audience and would like to talk further, there's the Mitte breakout room, which I'm sure you all know about. And Tracy, I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to FOSS Backstage on the Mitte stage. We have a wonderful talk coming up for you just now. It's going to be with Amanda Casari and Julia Ferraioli. So Amanda Casari is an engineering manager on the Google open source team, and Julia is a technical program manager with Google's open source programs office. Amanda and Julia will be reviewing what Google's Open Source Programs Office has learned about open source data metrics and tracking change in open source ecosystems. So let me welcome Julia and Amanda. Hi there.
Yes, hi, Max.
I will bring in your slides and then over to you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning. Morning for us. Hello to everybody for your afternoon. I'm Amanda Casari, and I'm a white woman with curly-ish blonde hair. I'm wearing a blue sweater with a red scarf. And this is Julia Ferraioli, who is a white woman with curly brown hair and is wearing a flannel shirt. Together, we co-lead the Google side of Project Ocean, where we study open source as ecosystems and complex networks, which is why we call ourselves open source scientists and archaeologists. And we're here today to talk to you about what you should consider and what you should avoid when you think about metrics for systems like open source. If you prefer, you can find our slides and speaker notes at this URL. It's bitl.ly/FOSS-backstage-PRAM. And so what exactly is open source? And there is a standard definition, which we use and talk about. It's maintained by the Open Source Initiative. The definition focuses mostly on how software is hardware and distributed and licensed, as well as what you can and cannot do with software and still call it open source. And we bring this up because when we talk about open source, we talk about more than licensing and distribution rules. Open source has evolved to represent a framework that shapes how software is created, released, shared, distributed, as well as the communities themselves and how they form around the projects. And because we know that open source is not just technical projects, but a combination of systems of technical and social components, it's actually a socio-technical system. And so let's break down what that means a bit. When we examine a socio-technical system, we have to consider the technical components and infrastructure like code bases, packaging indices, and metadata from the mailing lists. We have to look at the social components, which are the people, the communities, as well as the social contracts that they agree on together, and the interactions between these different systems.
The socio-technical element is why measuring open source is so difficult. We have this gut instinct that open source is critical to modern business, but we don't have an agreed upon way of measuring it. It's not that people haven't tried, but a major problem is around data and metrics. Nadia Egbal outlined this problem in her Roads and Bridges report. She says that usage metrics are either highly inaccurate or simply unavailable. This is not an easy problem to solve for. And the impact of digital infrastructure is still very difficult to measure. But without data about which tools are used and how much we rely upon them, it is hard to paint a clear picture of what is underfunded. She continues to postulate that with better metrics, we could describe the economic impact of digital infrastructure, identify critical projects that are lacking support, and understand dependencies between projects and people. So let's talk about how to define better, more meaningful metrics in the context of open source. Better metrics focus on useful metrics. This fairly straightforward approach can help guide you through the creation of metrics. First, you need to identify your objectives. Then we define their observable aspects, establish baselines, define the trends that we want to see, and determine our signal phenomena. Let's walk through this step by step. It's tempting to determine what you can measure first when thinking about metrics. That approach can lead to an abundance of data collected, but it can also lead to misleading metrics. Instead, first you need to identify your objectives. You need to understand what you want. You need to know what you care about. If you can't answer both of those, it's time to brainstorm again. And remember, these aren't set in stone. As your project and its associated community change, you can always change them or formulate new ones. Next, it's time to define aspects of each objective that can be observed. You need to understand how what you want actually works. Another way to think about an aspect is the trait. Choosing aspects of your metrics is the most important step to remember that what you should measure is not the same as asking what you can measure. It allows you to reach beyond the easily obtainable data into information that truly tells the picture of your objective. Sometimes what you're interested in doesn't match up to the data that you can actually collect. In these cases, we can use proxy variables, which can circumscribe what you're actually trying to measure. Now we can establish a baseline for each aspect. You can't measure progress or regression without understanding where you are currently. If you don't know where you are now, you can make an informed estimate in a few ways. One way is to examine other projects to see where they are as an analytical starting point, then measure for a short period of time before you reestablish your baseline. Step 4 is defining your desired trend. You need to know where you want to go. Do you want more of something? Okay, that's increasing. You want something to reduce? That's a decreasing trend. And the often ignored steady state trend is when we want things to stay the same. Lastly, we have determining our signal phenomena. Signal phenomena determine when a change in a phenomenon will appear in an observation. This is so important because you need to know what changes to expect over time and when they will impact you. Does your aspect capture events before the impact shows in other metrics? That's a leading signal. Does it show it after? That's a lagging signal. This may seem pretty straightforward, these 5 steps, but that's the point. The point is to be able to move from what you should measure to talking about, are these metrics useful in evaluating our progress towards our goal? The system can fall short if it fails to consider the boundaries of the system it models. If we limit ourselves to the project, we are ignoring the impact of and on the community. We need to reset the boundaries around our metrics to include both the projects and their communities.
And so let's go back to the foundation that open source is a socio-technical system. And this means we cannot focus on assumptions and goals directly tied to the systems alone. We have to expand our abstraction level beyond what's called the algorithmic framing. And so here, when we're talking about algorithmic framing, we'll be using the definition from Selbst et al.'s 2019 paper, Fairness and Abstraction in Socio-Technical Systems. So they define algorithmic framing as choosing representations, which is data, and labeling outcomes. And in machine learning, these choices are then used to compare the outputs to the inputs. And since this is standard for most data analysis, that we're looking at where evaluative methods are chosen based on some kind of inputs and compared to some kind of previous outputs, we can apply a similar methodology to open source metrics in analysis. And the problem with this framing when examining socio-technical systems is that it creates too narrow of a view. And I quote, where the abstraction is taken as a given and is rarely, if ever, interrogated for validity, despite the fact that many of these choices are made due to accidents of opportunity and access to data, end quote. And so does this sound familiar? That we would measure and create models based on the data available to us, not necessarily based on the systems we want to be observing? I think we see that quite a bit when we talk with open source projects and people who are trying to understand what is happening in open source based on the data that they can find, not necessarily the data that tells them the full picture. And as Selbst et al. Assert, the contrast to the algorithmic frame is the socio-technical frame. And this explicitly recognizes that models and analyses are part of a socio-technical system, and that other components of these systems also need to be modeled. And we can get there by first knowing what kinds of problems these limited abstractions create. That's what this work defines as abstraction traps, and how to mitigate them. And so we're going to introduce those now, and we'll walk you through those where you might see them in the process of creating metrics for open source. And so first, we have what's called the framing trap. And this is when we fail to model an entire system over which a social criterion, such as fairness in the case of the paper, will be enforced. Second, we have what's called the portability trap. And this is when we fail to understand how repurposing algorithmic solutions designed for one social context may be misleading, inaccurate, or otherwise do harm when applied to a different context. Third is the formalism trap. This is the failure to account for the full meaning of social concepts, which can be procedural, contextual, and contestable, and cannot be resolved through mathematical formalisms. Next is the ripple effect trap. And that's when you fail to understand how insertion of a technology into an existing social system changes the behaviors and embedded values of a pre-existing system. And last, they present the solutionism trap. And this is when we fail to recognize that the possibility that the best solution may not involve technology at all. And so to tie the concepts of creating useful metrics and abstraction traps together, Julie and I would like to walk you through an example. So we have created a fictitious but beautifully illustrated comprehensive data science library written entirely in Go called GoNum. We do want to indicate this is not actually real, but we'd like to talk to you if anybody's interested in creating this. And we're eager to get feedback on our brand new data science library and grow the user base. But because we're scientists, we like to share our work and we want other people to use things we've created. Before we launch our library, we're going to go through a process to help us figure out where our work is, where we're moving in the right direction. And here's how we might go about it.
Okay, going back to the process we outlined earlier, remember our first step is to identify the objectives. So we've identified 3 possible ones. The first is our target user adopting it? Is it easy to set up by themselves? I feel like with a lot of data science libraries, people kind of get stuck on the installation process. I blame Fortran, honestly. And finally, does the library meet our target users' needs? All of these objectives are worth pursuing, but for the purpose of this example, let's focus on one. The library is easy to install. So if you're not familiar with Go, the setup process is actually, pretty straightforward. We can go to Go's package registry. From there, there's a search. We can search for data science libraries, and hopefully we'll locate our new package, GoNum. From there, we can read the documentation, decide if we want to actually install this library, if it's right for us. And then we run a command of go get GoNum, which is how we install the package. And finally, we build our first application against it, and hopefully nothing goes wrong.
And so we're going to pause here for a moment because this is actually a place where even Julie and I almost fell into the formalism trap. There's a great opportunity when you're defining objectives to do this, because the formalism trap in this case would be that we could fail to fully account for the full meaning of social concepts, which cannot be resolved into mathematical formalism. And in this one, we were making the assumption that we can just record the steps we take to install the library to know what to measure. The place where Julie and I ran into this even is her familiarity with Go is so much stronger than mine. and my familiar with data science libraries and other languages has experience in some more context than she does. But as we're talking, going through the process of, well, what does installation and setup look like? We both entered in at completely different places. And so even though we are both doing with the knowledge that we have to outline the process from our point of view, we even can't fully account for all the concepts that impact or aren't observed in an installation. Those social concepts like experience, which you can't represent or explain through mathematical formalisms. In addition to that, there's another place that we identified in the make a decision step that's probably potentially procedural, contextual, that may prevent people from adopting a library like this. And one of those might be an open source license that's attached to this library may not comply with the user's corporate open source policies. And we have no way of capturing that kind of data in this metrics pipeline to tell us whether or not our library and our adoption is successful just based on the aspects that we've identified as well as the objectives that we're naming.
So maybe the whole process of installation is a little bit too broad. So let's narrow down on one specific aspect that we can really sink our teeth into. The actual process of pulling the library onto a user's computer and ensuring they can build against it. So what can we measure about the installation itself? The two things that we thought about was the successful installation. Can you install it? Can you literally pull it onto your computer? And can you build against it? But these things can't necessarily be properly captured. So the question is, for a successful installation, can we figure out some proxies to use, such as issues filed, questions, etc.? Because privacy dictates that we can't actively measure successful installations. We don't want the library to call home, right? That's not cool. So what are some assumptions that we have around actual installation? Well, if we untease it, it's actually quite complex. There are some things that we don't often think about. Does the person have access to source control? That's a good question. Does the user have Go installed, or is that actually an extra step that they'll need to complete before they can use our library? Do they have a compatible system? Especially with data science, like you're going to need some memory, right? So there's the open question of whether they've got the technical requirements to actually run the library. And finally, data science libraries tend to have quite a few dependencies. So the final question the final assumption that we have is, does the person have sufficient bandwidth to actually install the library plus its dependencies? These are all potential proxies around apologies, I got mixed up. So these are all assumptions that we have to take into account when thinking about successful installations.
Yeah, and this is another place that we want to start examining where it's potentially possible to fall into one of these abstraction traps. And so here, if we're looking at download data or trying to understand what download data tells us about our user base, you can very easily fall into the framing trap by failing to fully account for all the users who could be working with our technical system. As Julia pointed out, there's a lot of assumptions that we just made or that we would be making about somebody who is able to have access to these kinds of libraries, to these kinds of pipelines, to the source control, as to their connectivity issues, and all of those things. Because we care about making our work as universal as possible, then those are things that we can think about, look at the assumptions for, and mitigate. And we can do this by adopting what's called a heterogeneous engineering approach. And that simultaneously considers the technical components as well as the humans who work and live alongside them. And so for here, for example, when we are looking at like metadata from successful downloads for something such as geographic region, we have to still recognize as a part of our analysis on our metrics that this only shows part of the picture. So we can't say from this kind of data, well, we're really doing well in this country from that metric. But it does allow you to ask better questions like, what drove downloads in this area? Why were these users able to successfully download here? And something like, what are other blockers to a successful download that might exist for other users in this area? And so by moving from this algorithmic frame to the data frame that you're looking at outputs and inputs to the humans that move alongside of it in the socio-technical frame, you can ask better and different questions. And we really want to emphasize this point, especially as you're looking at metrics, that these are always a starting off point for you to ask more and better questions like this, especially about the people you care about, which is not only who is using your information or who is using your project, but who could be using your project.
Okay. Now that we've identified our potential metrics, we can move ahead with establishing baselines. Again, you need to know where you are now. But this is a new library, so we really aren't anywhere currently. Remember that we can make an informed estimate to try and back into a baseline. We could take an inventory of other libraries and look at their metrics and start measuring our library's performance with respect to them.
And so here's where it's very easy to fall into the portability trap when you're trying to estimate where you are and where you want to be, especially because you're looking for other analogs or other comparisons that you could make against the thing that you're working on. Programming and computer science in general holds portability to be a highly valuable trait. And the problem with this can be when you're not able to accurately assess when solutions to questions from one context would lead you in the wrong direction. So in this case, if we are comparing our library to other types of Go libraries, we could get misleading or inaccurate baselines or estimates for a data science specific Go library. Data science, like Julia said, has dependencies, many dependencies in a project, such as access to other data and scientific computing libraries, as well as access to data to begin with, which is not necessarily a prerequisite for other Go libraries as people are looking to figure out what to do with computing with Go. Go is also not currently high on the list of preferred languages for data scientists or data analysts. So people who might want to be using this kind of package may not be present in the ecosystem you're looking with. So here you would want to focus on assumptions for your specific application. You want to look at your domain, you want to look at the programming language, you want to look at who is present to your community, as well as their community needs, where you might be meeting a gap that didn't exist before. And so if you can't find a good analog with where you are, you can start at the very beginning, which is a very good place to start, at 0.
Okay, we've avoided the portability trap and established our baselines. Next step is how we want to see our measurements progress, how they trend. Again, we can't measure the successful installations directly, but some things we can measure are number of downloads maybe increasing, with the number of issues decreasing. If we can see the number of installation issues decreasing, we can safely interpret, or can we safely interpret that to mean that the number of users who experience difficulties have gone down? And coupling that with the increased numbers of people downloading the library, that seems to be a clear indication of an easy installation process, right, Amanda?
Well, this is also where you want to make sure that you're taking caution. And so you have the opportunity here to fall into the solutionism trap. We've done a good job so far of reminding ourselves of the human component and the social context surrounding our new data science library. By analyzing our trend data, it's really easy to fall into this kind of trap if we assume that our metrics process and the approximations that we are making are telling us the story we need to hear and the full picture of what's happening. But dashboards and metrics are only indicators of project health, and they may not contain all of the nuance and the unmeasurable attributes you need to understand to make full project decisions. Human preferences are not rational, and human psychology is not conclusively measurable. So you cannot fully quantify your community or your users through these automated pipelines. So you have to focus really here and understand that, remember that when you're looking at your project health, when you're looking at your community health, because that's part of your project and what you're working on, that you have to continue to build communities and not audiences. And the difference here really is that connection piece. So who gets to have voice, who gets to have attention, and who gets to make decisions, and how those are listened to. So turning those unidirectional arrows into bidirectional arrows. And so ask people open-ended questions that don't fit cleanly in a 1 to 5 scale on a user survey, and learn from their experiences and what shapes them to help really understand how you are doing, how your project's doing, and where you want the direction of things to go.
The final step in our metrics journey is to determine our signal phenomena for installing the library. An increase in platform support requests could indicate an increase in the number of types of users. That would be a good example of a leading signal or a leading indicator. An increase in submitted patches to the installation documentation could indicate that users are already frustrated and need instructions that are more clear. That would be a lagging signal. So with all these steps and traps to avoid, remember that the metrics you choose are a reflection of what matters to you, your project, and your community. Take the time to be thoughtful, to dive deeper into what matters to be measured, and to avoid the abstraction traps. If your goal is not to just release work, but to foster and nurture the ecosystem that we all rely upon, I think we can agree that the extra work is necessary for the common good. We're in this raft together. So here are some resources and references that we mentioned in the talk today. The first two are the roads and bridges and the paper with the abstraction traps. And finally, we have a couple of links to the Ocean project, open source complex ecosystems and networks, with both our GitHub repository as well as opportunities for research awards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, great. Thank you, Amanda and Julia, so much for that talk. It was really good. So I want to say to the audience, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat or the questions bar. We have a couple of minutes for questions, so don't be shy. Put those in. I wanted to, while we wait for anyone's questions, I wanted to ask something. There's a quote in there, build communities, not audiences, which I think is really stood out to me. Do you have any examples that have impressed you where that has taken place so that we can get an idea of what that looks like?
I mean, I think there are so many different examples. I feel like, some of the more popular examples are like Kubernetes, which I feel like has done a very good job at bringing the community along with them. And they've been very intentional about that. Amanda, do you have a shining example in mind?
I actually think some of the looking at the history of how core maintainers have changed in Python over time, I think is an excellent example of this. So the way that the language community has changed from invitation-only style core maintainers groups into mentorship, and to bringing people with them, and to seeking and looking for new maintainers through a growth network. That to me speaks more to looking for feedback onto how a group is moving, and moving a project from a central individual person and figurehead into more of a committee style project for something that is so large. Both of those, I think, are kind of good signals that people are looking to really create feedback loops as opposed to being one direction with projects.
Okay, great. I have a couple of questions from the audience. The first one is, what component to start with when developing community health metrics for long-term assessments? So how often should they be revised?
So I would encourage for any kind of frequency question around metrics really needs to take into consideration how often things are changing. So if things are changing very quickly in your community, or if there is some kind of global crisis happening that is impacting many different groups of people at the same time, or even local crisis that's happening in a group of your core users, you should definitely increase frequency in terms of making sure that you are monitoring and understanding what is happening with a group of people, because things are changing more rapidly to impact them. And so you want to keep an eye on that. The other thing I would say would be is if you see any increases in any of your signals. So Julia laid out well when you're looking for increasing, decreasing, steady state, lagging, and leading. If you see any of those also changing very quickly, or then I would say really decrease your sampling window, so that way you understand better when things are changing that you need to meet, those needs that you need to meet. Julia, would you add something? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I would just add, I know the temptation to try to get like a one de facto answer, but the unfortunate reality is that there is no one answer to that question. It really depends on the contexts involved. So, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, so I have another question. In your experience, what is the maintainer reaction when you propose gathering or drawing on qualitative data?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think qualitative data has to be handled very carefully. Quantitative data does as well, but qualitative needs even more care in terms of privacy and sometimes anonymity. Our suggestions, by the way, are for any open source project who has a desire to move in this direction. There's no obligation, right? So if your project is if your full desire as a creator is to make something, put it into the world, and anybody who wants to or can use it can pick it up, but that's it. Like, that's the extent of your creation. That's absolutely fine. Right. So there's no obligation for maintainers or creators necessarily to follow up with pieces of their work. It's just a matter of whether or not you want that to be part of the component of what you're working with. And so I think about it in terms of there are definitely different kinds of projects.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it seems as though the ability in terms of time, money, etc., expertise to really gather qualitative data is sort of limited to the larger projects. So a number of them run surveys, yearly surveys, twice-a-year surveys, etc., to really gather some of that information. But it's not a capability that's available to every project, and we definitely recognize that.
I'll add in there that I also think that is an excellent opportunity to include more people in open source projects. So there are amazing designers and researchers and program managers and community managers who would like to be part of more pieces of open source, but may not necessarily want to be working on code bases or triaging or issue tracking. And so if this is a role or an area that you're interested in for your project, there are people who want to be doing that with you and contributing in that way. And so if you are interested in doing this, but you don't want to do it yourself, you can find partners and friends and teammates to do this with you.
Okay, great. We've gone a bit over, but we have two more questions, so we'll try and squeeze those in. The first one is about referencing an earlier talk. It says, Nadia revealed the problem of underfunded maintainers. Have you done any research on sustainability and well-being of FOSS authors?
That's a great question. We actually had a bit of a book club reading her Working in Public book recently. So in terms of underfunded maintainers, I feel as though we've done a bit of research, but nothing super definitive. I feel like, Amanda, you might have done a bit more work in that area.
Yeah, I'll say that we do have some open research questions that we're investigating around economies in open source.
Yeah, so if you're interested in that, you should apply for one of those research awards.
Yeah, if you have, and we'll say too, the research awards, which we'll bring back up because this is really important. Those research awards are not limited to academic research. Yeah. So they are open for communities, they're open for independent researchers. We'd like to really encourage global research reach around researchers from all over the world, as well as the communities that you're interested in taking a look at. So please consider applying.
Okay, great. Would you be able to I don't know, maybe drop those links in the chat afterwards so people can click on them? Or
sure.
That would be okay.
Yeah.
And we have one last question. So do you have any thoughts or comments about the work being done under the CHAOSS community, so the community health analytics community, and the tools that are available there?
Yeah, one of our colleagues is actually one of the contributors in CHAOSS as well. And I think I've dropped a comment or two when I've been able to going into the repo. I think that's a great group of people who are working on some really interesting projects. I like their approach. I like their community collaborative approach. Excited to work on more and help give feedback as well as any time as well.
It's a complex area, so there's plenty of room.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much for taking the time to give us that talk and answer those questions. I think people were very happy with it. Lots of happy people in the chat. So thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. And we will be back after a short break at 4 o'clock here. So see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to the FOSS Backstage Mitte stage, and we have another wonderful talk coming up for you. The next talk is with Scott Jenson. Scott has a wealth of experience and has been doing user interface design and strategic planning for over 25 years. Drawing on all of this experience, Scott will be asking, why is UX so hard to contribute to FOSS? So welcome, Scott.
Thank you for having me.
I will bring up your slides and over to you.
Okay, sounds good. I'll get started. So thanks very much for having me. This is a topic I feel really strongly about. First of all, I want to make it clear that I actually asked on Twitter, what's the right way to refer to open source projects? And I got like 8 different answers. It's such a rich community and so many ways of referring to it. So whether it's FOSS or FLOSS or open source, I'm just going to go with FOSS for now. I just realized that there's many ways to refer to this community. So I want to start off with the elephant in the room and talk about the fact that why would you ever want to listen to me? I work for the bad guys. I work for proprietary software. I worked at Apple. I worked at Google. But the issue here is I feel like I want to transcend just the economic models of what we're working about here. I'm not here to talk about money or business process. I just want to talk about UX, and where that fits in this role. And I'd like to think that those skill sets possibly transcend, who you work for. And besides, there's to kind of crib off of Pablo Picasso, good artists borrow, great artists steal. So let's talk about what open source can steal from proprietary software. And the goal here is to talk about as much of UX that makes sense for open source projects. The reason why I'm here, though, is that despite my past, I have been trying very hard to be in open source software. Over the last couple of years, I volunteered on multiple projects, and honestly, it didn't go very well. And it really kind of made me wonder, like, what's going on? Why is it so hard to contribute to open source projects? And so that's what this, me struggling to help FOSS is about figuring out how we can make it better. How can we grow as a community? And so this talk is an exploration. UX is often about having user research. I was a user research on this project, doing a prototype. This talk is a prototype, and then doing a user test. And this talk is your reaction will be, the results of this user study. So this is a prototype talk. I'm just trying to see what works. I'm absolutely positive that because I'm not well entrenched in the open source community, I will probably put my foot in my mouth and say something incorrectly. So please, when I make a mistake, please don't assume the worst. Assume that my heart is in the right place. And if I do misstep, correct me and let's work together and work on this. So I'm trying to help here. The first assumption, though, is that I'm talking about open source projects that need UX help. There's obviously a wide variety of open source projects, and they don't all need UX help. But things like LibreOffice or GIMP or anything that has a very strong consumer-facing type of interface is the kind of project that we're talking about here. And like I said before, this is meant to be a discussion. I'm not here to bring you the tablets from the mountain to say you must do this. It's more like, let's see what we can do here to make these projects a little bit better. The second assumption is that I'm not going to name the names of the projects I had so much trouble with. I don't believe in naming and shaming. I just want to use the examples and see how we can kind of improve those specifics. So my first try. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, roughly, I approached a open source project that looked like it needed some help. And I was a bit frustrated that there was no mention of UX. There were no UX tasks. There was literally nothing for me to do. I searched for the issues. And so my first point was there was just no hook. I just didn't know what I could do. So not wanting to give up, I just posted an issue, just saying, hey, I'm a UX designer. How can I help? And I got a very enthusiastic reply very quickly, which is like, hey, so glad you're here. We need icons. And when I've told this story now to a couple of UX designers, and I always get a big laugh from them because apparently that's all anyone ever wants. on these projects is just icons. It's about the universal ask for any UX designer that approaches any project. And it's like, really? I mean, I'm happy to do icons. Good icons are actually really hard. There's actually a subspecialty of visual design that really does a great job at this, but it's a lot of work. But my point is there's so many more things that UX is about. Icons is like the last on the list. And it's a little bit like if you were a programmer, for example, just to kind of give you some perspective, what if the only thing people talk to you about was unit tests? I mean, unit tests are important. I mean, you need to do them. But if that's the only thing that you're asked, it's like, what? There's so much more to talk about. And that's the feeling I'm trying to convey, is that icons are fine, but can we broaden the scope of the conversation a little bit? And I'd like to use this idea of icons as my organization tactic for the whole talk, because icons represent, I think, the core issue about UX and FOSS and why it's not working out well. So I have 3 parts to this talk. Can we expand the definition of what UX is? So there's a little bit more than just icons. Can we talk about the tools that FOSS uses that maybe prevents us talking more about UX? And can we have a little talk about the culture and how all 3 of these overlap so that the only thing that's really possible right now is icons? And the idea is I want to use this talk to say, can we give things a nudge? Can we just push these a little bit so these move a little bit closer together so we have a broader range of things that we can do? So on each of these topics, I'm going to have a summary slide. And the goal is to say, let's talk about what's happening today. And can we push things to be a little bit better tomorrow? And because of my somewhat newness to the FOSS community, I may say something that's a little bit too strong. I may not kind of get them right, but let's talk about this line between what we're doing today and what we'll do tomorrow. So let's talk about what UX is. If there's one word that summarizes the goal of UX to me, if there's one word I want non-UX people to understand, it's perspective. The whole goal of UX and all the tasks that we do is to give teams perspective. What is important? What should we be focusing on? What do users need? So we focus on these 3 basic things. Users, who are they? How do we understand them? How do we describe them? What are their tasks? Not what are their features? What are their tasks? What are they trying to do? And then, of course, when they actually use your software, what is their pain? Those are the fundamental organizing, motivating type things that UX takes care of. And by doing these, it gives us a lot of vocabulary to discuss. Now, I have to quote the Cathedral and the Bazaar, and I realize it's a very old document, and I understand that many of you have moved well past it, but it was kind of the document that kind of established a lot of these founding principles. And this is a quote that I took from it. Treating your users as co-developers is your least hassle route for rapid code development and effective debugging. And honestly, whenever a UX person reads this, we just want to cry. It is just such a frustrating thing about how to about how things work, because the bottom line, the fundamental thing that has been kind of seared into our souls is that we aren't the typical users. I understand that having developers be the users is the least hassle way, but it's not the most effective route to figure out what your users need. And so it's just this, and I'm not saying that you aren't your typical users. I'm saying I'm not the typical user either. And it's kind of one of the most critical things to understand about UX is that while open source community uses this technique to get people to come in, we need to figure out ways of expanding our way of thinking about that. And I use these 4 basic structures to talk about what UX is and how we talk about this: understanding, bridging, flowing, and refining. And each of these has tasks that are meant to fill it in. So understanding means to understand the users, user tests, focus groups, surveys, interviews, personas. They're all have almost nothing to do with the product and everything about the users and what they're doing. The bridging is when you try to take that understanding of users and bridge it to the current technology. For example, people that are doing taxes might have a lot of paper tasks, organization tasks, and so forth, as opposed to the actual tax calculations themselves. The software may only worry about a tiny piece of their overall tasks. And it's important to say, well, what can the technology do? What can't the technology do? What'll be easy? What'll be hard? And that's a very moment of humility for teams, because you would admit that you're not actually solving all of their problems. It's just the piece that you can handle. Then the flowing is about basically stitching things together. How do users flow through your product? There's a lot of discussion in the design community about UX versus UI. My definition is that UI is snapshots in time, like each individual screen, and UX is about what connects the screens together, the time, as users flow through it. But this includes paper mockups, UX mockups, motion studies, and journey maps. And this is the overall journey that your user is taking through it. And then, of course, there's the final step, which is the actual building of the product: design systems, color themes, animations, copywriting, style guides, and yes, finally, those damn icons. So my point is to say that there is a ton of stuff that UX is doing. And of course, icons is the very, very bottom of the list. And what we're trying to discuss here today is, how do we fit these other tasks into open source software? Because all of these things are trying together is to create a shared vocabulary. And so the summary point I guess I want to leave you with here is that there tends to be, from what I've seen, a belief amongst a lot of people in open source that I am the user, the people that are actually developing the product. And what UX is trying to do is to discover the user. UX gathers the right information to prototype and test shared decisions. And that's what I'd like us to do more of. So moving on to my second point, tools. There's the classic American phrase, which I believe translates to Europe quite well, is, give a man a hammer and every problem looks like a nail. And of course, the hammer I'm referring to here is Git. Now, a ton's been written about Git. I will admit I personally despise Git from a UX point of view, but that's not my point. I don't want to criticize Git on the specifics. It's more about what Git is trying to do. All of those things I talked about before, understanding, bridging, flowing, and refining, are all effectively part of this research loop of research, prototyping, discussion, and you generate all sorts of things. Flow diagrams, sticky notes, meeting notes. So there's a huge social construct that kind of goes around this. And yet, what is the primary tool of open source? It's Git. We are checking in files, right? And it just seems to just block out. I mean, Git is for code. There's no denying that. And it doesn't capture the richness that tends to be what UX is doing. So in a sense, icons are very understandable. They are the closest UX deliverable to code that we've got. So of course, teams want them. I don't criticize teams for wanting icons. I get it. My point is that FOSS right now is only asking for the work that fits their workflow. And my challenge is to, how do we expand the workflow a little bit? Now, there's one more point I want to make about tools, because I made a second attempt on it with a different team about trying to do something. So I was able to convince the team that I was working on to do a motion study. Big win. Awesome. I did the motion study, proposed it, checked it into an issue, and the first response I got was, oh, if you're going to do this, I'm going to leave the project and not work on it anymore. And I was a little surprised by that. And I've told this story a few times and I get a big laugh, because apparently this type of drama is not uncommon in open source. And I don't want to get into online culture and discuss that type of thing. That's well beyond the scope of my talk. My point is more about the tools and how they impact us, because Git issues isn't the same as a team discussion. So much of what we produce in UX requires discussion and team understanding and collaboration. And all I'm saying is that Git issues isn't always the best tool to do that. I hope that's not a controversial statement. I'm just pointing out maybe the obvious point that we need to have a better way for sometimes coordinating. The newspeak was a term I love using from 1984 about a controlled language of simplified grammar and restricted vocabulary designed to limit the individual's ability to think and articulate concepts. And I feel like in a sense, a text-only chat room is a little bit like newspeak. It basically forces us into this very narrow way of communicating, and it limits nuance and social, how we can talk to each other. And so I'm just saying is I just want us to acknowledge the fact that even though we're disparate teams across different time zones, and maybe issues is the only way to talk, it has a cost. So my conclusion on this point is that there's this tyranny of ASCII with open source. It's all about text files and text discussion. And I understand. I get it. I'm not critical of it. Well, I mean, maybe I'm being a little critical of it, but I'm saying, how do we move beyond that? Because UX is about diagrams and discussion and post-it notes. Most companies have war rooms for UX where you put all of your stuff on the wall with post-it notes and comments, and people flow through. It's a vibrant, active social setting. And by having everything up on the walls, you can see it all. Now, I realize that online programs don't necessarily do all of that. I'm just pointing out the culture. And we have a culture in UX of war rooms. How do we get a piece of that into open source? My last point is FOSS culture. And the issue here is, again, cathedral and bazaar, which is the second point, is every good work of software starts by scratching a developer's personal itch. And I get that. And I think an awful lot of projects are really small, and you need every maintainer you can. And if they can come in to scratch an itch, good for them. But it creates this kind of bottom-up thing that creates, I think, a little bit of tension, and it can create a little bit of chaos. And so because it tends to be this culture of a bunch of individuals working together. Too often, I think that a lot of technical people assume that UX designers just want to tell you no. And there's this assumption that we're like these bad guys that just want to shut you down. That's not what we're trying to do. And this comes from this top-down mentality that seems to be anathema to the bottom up of open source. UX designers don't want top-down to mean that. What we're talking about is more like UX is like a CFO. This is probably a bad analogy for open source. Maybe I should be using CFO as an analogy, but the idea is that the CEO knows finance well, but he trusts the CFO to do a lot of finance tasks for him. The CFO does data collection, presents information to the CEO, and then the CEO understands what the CFO is doing, and he makes that decision. UX is best done in this model where the UX is in service to the project lead. We do all this data collection, we present a lot of choices, but the product lead actually makes the final decision. But the project lead has to understand UX. That's the point I'm trying to make here, is that it works best if both sides understand how this works. Because what you get, of course, when you have this type of situation is, and again, probably to quote someone that maybe doesn't have a lot of traction in open source communities, Steve Jobs, his quote, which I think resonates here, is "real artists ship." And what we mean, and the critical part about real artists ship is that the fact you have to say no. And saying no, I think, is one of the critical skills that open source needs, because you have such limited resources. You can't do everything. But saying no requires perspective. And that's what we're trying to figure out how to do. And UX is one tool you have to have that vocabulary, to be able to make the hard choices, to take your limited resources and get them out the door. So no is only possible if the entire team gets UX. And that's part of my plea here. I don't want to be the guy on the outside checking in some random thing for your team to talk about on Git issues and misunderstand. This has to be a team effort. And this goes beyond a push, a pull request. So my final point here is to say, I want to get away from this potential culture of my opinion versus our goals. When we move to a culture of our goals, all the decisions become a lot more transparent, they become a lot more clear, and everybody can kind of support each other and get more done. That's my plea here. So here are the three points of my talk, and I want to leave you with three possible things that you can do. So as far as what is UX, and again, this is back in the sort of spirit of good artists borrow and great artists steal. The first one is to do a user study. You don't have to do it. Put it in your issues. Put it in your GitHub, so that users know. So that anybody who comes, like me, if you say we need a user study, that will be a beacon that will draw people to you, and I'm pretty sure you'll get people to do it for you. Now, there's issues right now with COVID, but I'm thinking more in the future. The team sport. I'm sure your project has a list of things that you need to get done. Put UX priorities on that list. It's a critical part of your document that should be shared with the team, and it'll force you guys to talk and prioritize what 3 UX things you need to get done this year. That's a great tool to also put on your GitHub to draw people in. And finally, break out of list discussions and discuss this over VC. I understand this can be hard for some teams, especially if you're in large time zone differences, but break out of that. Have more social interaction, meet face to face or Zoom, VC to VC, so that you can have stronger bonding and more communication outside of just raw ASCII. I think each of these are small steps that hopefully will nudge your team to get more UX done. But keep in mind, I'm wrapping up with my last slide here. I'm just here to start a discussion. My goal here is to kind of give you guys these suggestions about culture and how we can move it. And I really want to encourage you to go into the chat, the backstage room afterwards, and let's talk about this and figure out what our next steps that we can do. So thank you very much. I really want to thank Toby Langale and Jan Dietrich for helping me on this talk. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott, for that. That was really interesting, actually. And I hope as someone who describes themselves as a FOSS outsider, you feel welcome here at FOSS Backstage today. We have a question, and I would encourage anyone else who has them, please write them into the chat or the question tab, and I will ask Scott your questions. So the first one is, you mentioned that UX culture is also very much Silicon Valley culture. Do you think there is a way to create FOSS UX culture? What might that look like? Distributed and consensus-oriented decision-making, working in the open, volunteer-driven, etc.?
Well, I hope that today is an example of that culture. I am possibly naively coming in and explaining what I want to have. And I expect that the people that have been in this for a long time will say, well, I like that, Scott. I don't like that. What can we do? And so to me, this is the first step, I hope, of many. I'm also, frankly, hoping to find like-minded people. There's obviously a group here called Open Source Design. I'm anxious to talk to them and to see what's going on and to start building up best practices. And then, frankly, showcase successes. Sometimes we just need a couple of design studies to say, oh, look, here's a team that did it. Let's celebrate them. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that we can have lots of ways, and in further conferences like this. So, for example, I've gone to a couple of open source workshops or conferences, and often UX isn't even listed. So let's just get people to use the word UX a few times and see where we go.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great plug for the UX workshop that's taking place at the moment, actually. So if anyone is interested in that, they can head over to the workshop space. That's the UX workshop being held by the Open Source Design Collective, and they can help you with any questions about UX that you have at the moment. Does anyone else have any questions? Yeah, I'll give you a second to write any down. It made me think when you were talking about the some of the things that you noticed about the way that this design is done. You were talking about the war room, in this design, putting up sticky notes and looking at things together and working on that. I think one of the things that is quite often takes place in like the FOSS community is that things are asynchronous. People are working in different time zones in different places, and so it's quite difficult to foster that kind of this war room idea. I mean, do you have any ideas for how people can do that?
Well, I think step one is to just appreciate that there are things beyond text type posts. So, for example, I mentioned I did a motion study. Just getting teams to understand that there are UX deliverables outside of icons and just textual lists of features. So use the tools we have. So it's amazing how much an animated GIF has become the lingua franca for a lot of UX discussion. So start by posting images and animations into issues because and try to get as much as you can within the existing tool. That being said, let's start with the teams that can do this. In other words, yes, it may be hard, but can we have a few, VC kind of discussions across time zones? Now, if you're completely all over the world, I get it, but not all teams are going to be that way. The other one might be to say, well, can we have some small teams? Maybe it's better to take 2 or 3 people put them together, and they do their own mini war room because 2 or 3 people is possible, and then post it up. So that actually, I think, is the hardest question I raised today, because, and I'm glad you called it out, because there are no real good virtual war room type software type things, you know. What I will say is there's whiteboard type software, and maybe we can talk about having virtual whiteboards to at least get all of our stuff up on a single whiteboard and then start to do comments. So I'd love to experiment with that.
Okay, great. I have a few more questions for you from the audience. You talk about consensus, where the UX designer and the products lead in open source world, maintainers lead, where they both understand UX. This is hard. It takes time. Is there any suggestions?
I completely agree. It is hard and it does take time. Just, one of the things I learned as a consultant is to say, what's the cost if you don't do it? And I would argue that if you don't get consensus, it's even harder. So that's your alternative. So, especially given my brief experience with the way conversations unfold in some chat room, in some issues, part of the reason why I actually encourage VC conversations is that I think it naturally makes people a little bit more civil. So there is that discussion. So what I would start with, though, is community guidelines, how people work. That's becoming much more commonplace, and a culture that really reinforces it. So when someone crosses that line, we call them out to say, hey, that's not how we work here, and really start. The community guidelines come from the top, and so you have to make sure that the maintainer and the organizers are the ones that say, guys, we're a group, we're doing this together. Here's the UX documents that we have that establish what we're trying to accomplish. These are our priorities. And but honestly, let's be clear. I think I'm waving my hands a little bit. I think I just know what I want. I'm not exactly sure how to get it. And I expect, frankly, that there are people much more accomplished in this than I am. And I'd like to encourage them to come into the conversation as well, to say, let's really flag this as a high priority and let's really work on it, because I don't have all the answers on this.
Okay, cool. We have time for another couple of quick questions. So someone asks, is this primarily around applications versus desktop? The desktop has a different socio-political scene than applications.
That's interesting, because I think of applications as being mobile or desktop. I'm not quite sure I see the dichotomy. I will offer as a counter that I would say it's kind of more end user focused, whether it's because there's an awful lot of tools that are developer focused, that are only for developers, or there's an awful lot of open source projects that are like drivers. Well, I don't think there's no necessarily need for discussion at that particular point. So is there any clarification to make sure I'm answering the question properly?
No, I haven't.
Because I would just say is that as long as there's an end user, I don't care whether it's desktop or mobile or web. I would put them all in the same category from a UX point of view.
Okay, and one final question. Let me read this. Don't you think that UX is just telling people what they should do? It just doesn't fit with send a patch culture.
That was kind of my entire point, that UX isn't telling people what to do. UX is about culture and teamwork and vocabulary and prioritization.
Okay, great. Good. And so, like Scott said earlier, it would be great if you want to continue this discussion. We have a breakout room where there's...
And sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, I really do want there to be a lot of discussion, and I do want to meet people. So if you can only just show up just to say who you are and say hi and what you're working on, I would really like that. My goal here is to engage more. So I hope a few of you can make it over to that discussion room.
Okay, amazing. Yes, so please do head over to the breakout room Mitte to continue this discussion. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Right, and we will be back in 10 minutes with another great talk. See you then. Hello and welcome back to FOSS Backstage on the Mitte stage. Next up, I am very happy to introduce Coraline Ada Ehmke. Coraline is a speaker, writer, activist, and software engineer with over 25 years of industry experience. Recently, she created the Hippocratic License, founded the Ethical Source movement, and established the Ethical Source Working Group. Today, Coraline will be talking about how to reconcile software freedom with human freedom. So, welcome, Coraline.
Hi, thank you very much for having me today.
You're welcome. I will bring up your slides and then it's over to you.
Okay, let me know when they're there.
Okay.
All set?
Ready to go.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening today. My name is Coraline Ada Ehmke. As mentioned, I have a lot of years in software development, and I've been in the open source community for about 16 years. In 2014, I invented the code of conduct.markdown that you see in almost every open source repository, and I created the contributor covenant, which was the first and most popular code of conduct for open source communities. I want to start by telling you a story. In the 1960s, with growing tensions between the US and the Soviet Union, a computer scientist published a short piece that he called The Parable of the Locksmith, and this is my retelling. One day, a mysterious stranger walked into a locksmith shop, and he came with a proposition. He said, I have a job that needs doing, and it requires someone with your highly specialized skills. I've done my research, and you're one of the smartest and most capable locksmiths in the entire city. The locksmith felt very flattered and was more than a little intrigued. The stranger continued, I want to hire you to open a safe. Never mind whose safe it is. That's none of your concern. Just do the job I hire you to do, and I will make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. The locksmith was excited at the proposition of a lucrative job, but also a bit nervous about not knowing who the safe belonged to. It seemed suspicious. But the stranger went on. There are certain other conditions you'll have to agree to as well. I will blindfold you and take your phone before bringing you to the safe's location, and you can never tell anyone that I hired you. This struck the locksmith as odd, but he thought about what the man had said about making him rich. He felt like he'd struggled all his life and was never properly rewarded for the hard work he put in day after day. You can have all the tools you need to do the job, the very best tools. I will spare no expense. Take your time. I'll be back tomorrow for your answer. Despite his hesitation about the nature of the job, the locksmith spent all night thinking about his crummy apartment, his shabby furniture, his daughter's dream of one day going to college. From the beginning, his family had to scrimp and save just to get by. And anyway, he told himself, if I don't take this job, he'll just go to another locksmith, the second best locksmith. And the next day, when the stranger returned, the locksmith agreed to take the job. After multiple blindfolded trips to and from the unknown location, the locksmith finally cracked the safe. He wasn't allowed to see what was inside of it. The stranger blindfolded him again as soon as the lock clicked open. But true to his word, the stranger made the locksmith exceedingly rich. We're going to come back to this parable and find out what happened when the safe was opened in just a few minutes. This is an HP LaserJet, one of the first laser printers. It came out in 1983. And at the time, a man named Richard Stallman was working in an AI lab at Xerox. The lab had acquired one of these printers. It was cutting-edge technology, but it constantly jammed. The lab had time-sharing software, so you had to book time for various resources, including a printer. But if you set aside and booked 30 minutes for printing, only to discover that it jammed 5 minutes in, you'd be upset. So Stallman and his coworkers decided to change the printer driver so that it would report jams back to the time-sharing software, and users could be notified. But the software was proprietary, and HP wouldn't share the source code. Stallman found out that a colleague at MIT had the source code, but that person had signed a non-disclosure agreement and couldn't share it. Stallman got really angry, not just about the printer, but but about the fact that the world was shifting toward proprietary software. And this incident with the printer would lead to the creation of the free software movement. In the mid to late 90s, when the world discovered the internet, free software became a popular choice for web servers. Apache became the most used web server software, a title that still holds. Many systems were based on a common stack of software, with the Linux kernel at the base, Apache providing web services, MySQL as a database, and the PHP or Perl programming languages for providing dynamic pages, all open source technologies. Christine Peterson coined the term open source in 1998. In that same year, the open source definition was penned by Bruce Perens. 9 months later, the Open Source Initiative was founded to promote the use of open source software. Coalescing around the ideal of software freedom, the past 20 years have seen the open source community thrive, enjoying wild success and permanently changing the technology landscape. But the world has also changed in the past 2 decades. Around the world, we're seeing technology being leveraged to commit human rights abuses on an alarming scale. And the technology powering these human rights abuses includes free and open source software. Open source software today is playing a critical role in mass surveillance, anti-immigrant violence, protester suppression, racially biased policing, and the development and use of cruel and inhumane weapons. And open source's complicity isn't a bug, it's a feature. This is actually by design. The open source definition allows for the use of software for any purpose, including specifically for evil. They say giving everyone freedom means giving evil people freedom too. But under what other circumstances in our human societies do we grant complete freedom to evil people? Why is open source special? There's increased discussion among open source developers about our ethical responsibilities as creators. The debates are heated and the media is paying attention. The fundamental question seems to be, are we responsible for how the technologies we develop are used? And a lot of us are beginning to accept that our work in open source might be contributing to harm and atrocities in the US and around the world. In response to these questions, we're seeing increased interest in ethical open source licenses, including the Hippocratic license, which I created in 2019. As developers, we feel powerless and we want to find some way to do the right thing. We're horrified by what's happening in the world, and we're horrified at the thought that we may be contributing to it. Today, we have much bigger ethical problems than proprietary software. Stallman wanted a printer driver. We want to ensure that our work is not used for human rights abuses. That's what we're fighting for. But the conversation about ethics and computer science is not new. It's been happening in our field since there was even any such thing as software. I want to introduce you to a man named Edmund Berkeley. He was one of the most important pioneers of ethics in computer science in the 20th century, yet almost no one knows who he is. He got to start working on computers with the Navy during World War II and worked alongside Admiral Grace Hopper. He published the world's first computer magazine and was among the first people to propose the idea of a personal computer. Berkeley co-founded the Association for Computing Machinery at Columbia University in 1947, and the organization's charter is to foster the open interchange of information and promote the highest professional and ethical standards. Berkeley sat on the Committee on the Social Responsibility of Computer Scientists, which published an historic and foundational report in 1958 on the ethical obligations of technologists. The findings of the report boil down into 4 simple statements. First, that we cannot rightly ignore our social responsibilities. Secondly, that our social responsibilities can't be delegated to others. Third, we cannot rightly neglect to think about how our special role can benefit or harm society. In other words, we must consider how our special capabilities can help to advance socially desirable applications and prevent undesirable outcomes. And finally, we cannot avoid deciding between conflicting responsibilities. We must think how to choose. The report went on to say that when one reflects upon the great forces that computer people are associated with, it's no longer difficult to grasp or even to accept our heavier than average share of responsibility. The committee believed that given the power and potential of computers, ethical considerations were paramount. The committee concluded the scientist's credo, knowledge for knowledge's sake, comes into conflict with our ethical responsibilities. Given human society in our century and the ethical value system we're using in our century, we can label some classes of work as obviously socially desirable and other classes of work as obviously socially undesirable, even acknowledging that there's a large middle ground which cannot be clearly classified. And it was Berkeley who wrote the parable of the locksmith. And remember, it was the height of the Cold War when he wrote it. The parable ends with this. A week later, the retired locksmith saw a news headline about the theft of top secret military schematics. And soon after that, the stranger himself appeared on the world stage, declaring himself master of all nations, backed by the overwhelming threat of a devastating stolen superweapon. Berkeley asked the question, did the locksmith do what was right? And he contended that the locksmith had a responsibility to determine whether the stranger was a criminal before agreeing to work with him. So no, the locksmith did not do what was right. Berkeley believed that the computer scientist does not have the right to shut their eyes in regard to their responsibilities any more than the locksmith has. And he called on his colleagues to shoulder their proper social responsibilities. And he was largely ignored. Fast forward about a decade. It's 1972, and the Vietnam War is raging. Berkeley and his colleague Franz Alt had been invited to address the ACM at a special dinner honoring them as founders on its 25th anniversary. Franz Alt's topic was reflections, and Eben Berkeley was to address the future-looking topic of horizons. While Alt's talk was celebratory, providing a retrospective on the advances of computer engineering and computer science since World War II, Berkeley's speech took on a distinctly different tone. He told the audience that anyone who is working to further unethical uses of computers, including the uses of computers in developing weapons technology, should quit their jobs. He called out members of the audience by name. Many of his colleagues were so upset by his comments that they stood up and walked out in the middle of his speech. And Admiral Grace Hopper was among those who stood up and walked out. Berkeley concluded his speech by saying that it was a gross neglect of responsibility that computer scientists were not considering their impact in terms of societal benefit or harm. The 1933 census in Nazi Germany used technology and services provided by IBM through a German subsidiary and proved to be pivotal to the Nazis in their efforts to identify and destroy the country's Jewish and Romani minorities. IBM, in short, was complicit in the Holocaust. The Nazis even shipped IBM's punch cards on the trains to concentration camps. How would you feel if your work had contributed to IBM's census technology? Other scientists faced similar ethical dilemmas. World War I saw the first large-scale deployment of chemical weapons, and the horrors of death by poison gas had repercussions throughout the chemical production world. Between the 1918 armistice and 1933, international conferences were held to try and limit or abolish chemical weapons. And to this day, in the US, no chemical manufacturer produces the serum used for death by lethal injection. And after seeing the inhumane devastation of the atomic bomb at the end of World War II, scientists actively sought to limit or eliminate the bomb's threat to human civilization. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist became the voice for the ethical responsibilities of physicists, and the Doomsday Clock was launched and continues to this day as a reminder of the danger of doing nothing. But how did the computer science community deal with its ethical conflicts and the realization that they might be complicit in genocide and other atrocities? They got up and left the room. And that shirking of responsibility is pervasive in the open source world today too. Technology companies routinely rely on open source software to provide services to ICE. How would we feel about the complicity of IBM in the Holocaust if their punch card system had been released under the GPL? Because that's exactly the situation we're facing today. In 1998, when the open source definition was penned, the greatest evil conceivable by computer scientists was the market domination of Microsoft. The founding thinkers responsible for free and open software clearly understood the impact of technology on society, but rather than using an ethical framing, they chose to focus on technology in intellectual property terms. In 2021, we face threats much greater than Microsoft. We're in an age where governments are carrying out programs of mass surveillance, using facial recognition to interfere with legitimate political protest, and using technology to carry out state-sanctioned genocide and violence. And open source software is being used to power these human rights violations. In the US, ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, has been separating children from their parents at the border and putting immigrants and asylum seekers in cages without reliable legal assistance or due process, let alone medical care. And there are an estimated 40,000 people currently in ICE custody, and there have been hundreds of documented deaths, most of them due to gross neglect. And US tech companies are collecting billions of dollars in contracts to support ICE's programs of terror. Are we also going to get up and leave the room when we're faced with our own role in human rights abuses like these? So what does this have to do with open source? Let's take a well-known example. Palantir Technologies, a software company co-founded by top Trump advisor Peter Thiel, collects millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars from ICE every year. At present, Palantir has 195 repositories hosted on GitHub, which in turn rely on thousands of open source dependencies. Every dependency in use by Palantir contributes to human rights violations. I created an application called Icebreaker, icebreaker.dev, that tracks all of the open source dependencies that Palantir is using. Thomas Kuhn argues in his seminal book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, that science is always practiced within political contexts. Scientists do not operate with complete freedom. They operate within community and societal constraints. Kuhn wrote that revolutions emerge when there's a conflict between an established paradigm and a new paradigm. And we're seeing this play out in a debate between open source traditionalists and ethical source advocates. So what can happen as a consequence of this debate? What are the possible outcomes of the conflict? It really depends on how the open source establishment responds. The first possible response is procrastination. In the face of an ethical crisis, procrastination is not an option. The need is too urgent. The second possible response is assimilation. This happens when the establishment accommodates a new idea and adjusts to it in a conflict-free manner. And this is my ideal outcome. I want to give the open source community the opportunity to accommodate ethical considerations by challenging the narrow perspectives of Freedom Zero and the open source definition, and I realize that's heretical. The most extreme result of the conflict between the establishment and a new paradigm is revolution. Kuhn describes revolutionaries as being motivated to solve a different problem than the establishment has prioritized. The current debate is whether solving the problem of software freedom is more significant than solving the problem of human freedom. In 1999, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan announced the United Nations Global Compact. It's an agreement to encourage businesses to adopt sustainable and socially responsible policies. It's the world's largest corporate social responsibility initiative, with tens of thousands of participants and stakeholders in hundreds of countries. The very first section of the compact deals with human rights, and it states that businesses should support and respect the protection of internationally proclaimed human rights, and that businesses must make sure that they are not complicit in human rights abuses. Complicity in this context has two different modes. The first is directly providing goods or services that a company knows will be used to carry out human rights abuses, like Palantir. The second is when a company benefits from human rights abuses, even if it did not positively assist or cause them. And this is akin to the GitHub situation. Many large tech companies have been happily profiting from human rights abuses for years. And I've been calling for those who have the safety and privilege to do so to accept their ethical responsibilities and either organize for change at these companies or quit their jobs. This includes tech workers at Amazon, Microsoft, GitHub, Salesforce, Cisco, and Deloitte, and many, many others. Asylum seekers suffer unimaginable violence and torture, violations of their dignity, safety, and basic human rights in government concentration camps across the US. Amazon, Microsoft, GitHub, Salesforce, Cisco, and dozens of other companies all leverage open source technologies to profit from human rights abuses. And according to the United Nations definition, these companies are all complicit. I believe that as technologists, we have a moral imperative to prevent our work from being used to harm others. Responsibility is about impact, not intent. Freedom for freedom's sake is incompatible with our responsibility to society. And as Karen Sandler from the Software Freedom Conservancy once said to me, software freedom must always be in service of human freedom. And the point is, the way that people just like you react to the question of ethics in open source will determine the future of our community. You have the power to influence what happens next. If you're in the procrastination camp and think you can simply ignore the debate, you're in for a big disappointment. These issues are not going away. And a growing body of developers is speaking out against it. If you want peaceful resolution, you're in the assimilation camp. So you can work with traditionalist FOSS organizations to focus less on licensure and more on promoting ethical standards, centering justice and equity in the practice of open source. But if the community refuses to acknowledge, let alone work to address the ethical shortcomings of free and open as it stands today, then the only option you leave us with is revolution. A proprietary printer driver sparked a massive paradigm shift in software development. Stallman saw what he perceived as an ethical problem and created a brilliant way of solving it with licensing, and that's an epic hack. Today, we have much bigger ethical problems than proprietary software, and it's up to us to come up with another epic hack to solve that too. Stallman wanted a printer driver. We want to prevent our work from being used for human rights abuses, and that's what the revolution is about. We're all inspired by the promises of free and open, But we also need to accept responsibility for impact and outcomes. Because in the end, we're all locksmiths, and the world is full of mysterious strangers. If you want to join us in working towards solutions to the ethical challenges we face today in open source, go to ethicalsource.dev, read through our resources, watch our talks, and consider joining us to collaborate on ways to resolve the crisis of conscience in open source. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Coraline. That was a really interesting talk. There was a lot to think about there. We have a few minutes for questions. So if people want to ask questions, please write them in the chat or the questions bar. While we wait for those, I have a question. I thought it was really interesting that you brought up the point about Thomas Kuhn and how various kinds of scientific research don't take place in a vacuum. They take place in wider society. So they're not free from the influences of wider society. I wondered if you thought that the changes that you were talking about, are they more likely to come from inside the community, or is it pressure from outside the community, the wider public, that you think is going to lead to more changes?
I think the wider public doesn't have an understanding of the technical linkages between work that an individual or a small group of contributors to, and how that gets magnified by an organization like Amazon or Microsoft. So I don't think we can rely on a public outcry to encourage engineers to accept social responsibilities. I really think it has to come from inside. And we're seeing it come from inside. The Ethical Source Working Group is over 200 volunteers now. It's ethicists, philosophers, technologists, open source maintainers, human rights workers, academics, lawyers. There's a large and growing community of people who do take these problems very seriously and are working in a very creative manner to come up with different kinds of ways of solving the problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. We have a question from the audience. I'll just read this. So a few years ago at the Chaos Communication Congress, there was a call to build software in a surveillance-resistant or resilient way. Do you think there is a way to build ethics not only into licenses, but other things too?
I actually think licensing, I realize the ethical source movement is best known for having produced the Hippocratic license, but our main focus is not on licensure. And we think, in fact, that the open source traditionalist focus on licensure is a shortcoming. Licensure is one tool, and the working group is developing multiple tools to address this problem, including, you can really think of it as ethics starting at home in a lot of ways. The way that we manage and govern our open source communities, our codes of conduct and how we enforce them, our governance and how transparent that is. All of those are really critical to producing ethical software. And really, it's about taking the time to think about outcomes, to think about how your software could be abused. If you think about it at the beginning, it's a lot easier to your example, to design for safety, to design so that the tools can't be easily abused. And we can't stop technology from being used in an abusive way, but we can put up boundaries. We can create incentives for doing things the right way. We can do a lot better.
Okay, great. If there are any more questions, please write them in now. We're at our time, unfortunately. So I want to say thank you so much, Coraline, for that. That was really interesting. And if people want to continue the discussion, we have the breakout room, the Mitte breakout room, which you can find in Venue List. So head there to continue the discussion. So thank you once again, Coraline. That was really great.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And we will be taking a break for 10 minutes. And when we return, it will be the lightning talks. So see you in a minute.
Hi, everyone. Just trying to test if my mic works. Max, can you confirm that? Perfect. Great. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the lightning talks at FOSS Backstage 2021. In the last session of the event, we have some interesting lightning talks from some great speakers. If you have any questions, please ask them in the chat and we'll do our best to accommodate those, considering we might be running short on time. But after the session, please feel free to head to the spatial chat to interact with the speakers. The link for the spatial chat is on the right-hand side of the venue list, right above where the stages are listed. So first up is Sebastian Spier, who's passionate about people, coding, open source development, cake and coffee. Today, he'll be talking about how writing things down in a structured form can help you learn inner source patterns. Hope you enjoy the talk.
Hey there, nice to meet you. Actually, could you put me last in the order? I have to figure out how I have to switch out the rest of the conference. I hear myself twice now.
Sure. Let's see if we can get the next speaker up. Or okay, let's get the next speaker up. This talk is by Najeeb Khan. Najeeb is an author and he leads Patio, an online remote teams social platform, and he'll be talking about creating belonging in remote teams. Over to you, Najeeb.
Thanks so much. So hey everyone, my name is Najeeb. As he mentioned, I'm going to be creating a talk about creating belonging in remote teams. It's no surprise right now everyone's really used to working remotely, and as we call it, we're in our second inning of remote work. For a lot of companies or organizations, what they're really struggling with is, hey, we have 80 people on Zoom, but yet, even though we have so many people on Zoom, we still feel isolated. Sometimes working remotely feels lonely for a lot of people. So how do we get your remote team to be more connected than ever before? That is what I want to share in this talk. Well, let's start with, why people choose remote work. So right now, the reason why people choose remote work is, well, because they have to. They don't really have much choice. But what about before? Why did people choose remote work? Well, there were a whole bunch of reasons. One, flexible schedule, working from anywhere, having no commute, spending time with family, and the ability to work from home was largely one of the reasons that people worked from home. And personally for myself, I work remotely for 8 years. And again, when we have got impacted by COVID, one thing I do want to point out is working remotely normal times versus working remotely during the pandemic is two different things. Well, this is how and why people are choosing it, but how have our lives been impacted? Well, if you look at the transition of everything into remote work, a Gartner study found that company leaders found that 80% allow employees to work remotely at least part of the time after the pandemic, and almost half will allow them to work full time. So it's impacted in the companies, not only in the first thing, which is the talent, because a lot of people are choosing remote work, but also productivity, because this is impacting because people are able to kind of focus for the most part. Again, it depends on family situations, but overall, people are able to be more productive than they were in the office, including job satisfaction and living, because remote work has impacted how we are buying real estate, and a lot of city centers are being displaced and people are going to other open areas like the suburbs. That is all the benefits of it. But what's next? We've overlooked the downsides. The biggest struggles with working remotely is 1, collaboration, and 2, loneliness. These two encompass 40% of the challenges, and not even mentioning being in a different time zone than your teammates. So we're connected every single minute, yet we still feel isolated. We have Slack, project management tool, video conferencing, emails, notifications upon notifications, yet we still find it difficult to connect. Tech has progressed in all areas, but without the proper use of tools, we're feeling left alone. And when it comes to managers, their struggles are, the two biggest struggles are maintaining company culture and team cohesiveness. Almost 70% struggle with both of them. But what do we do? Well, even though remote teams are more disconnected and fragmented, the thing is, half of employees are feeling unattached to their company. They put in the time and they do the bare minimum work. This leads to productivity and burnout. And how do we solve it? Well, we have to understand that it is not a once and done kind of activity. It's like farming. It's going to take some time. At the same time, it's like working out as well. But the good news is there are different ways of doing it. If you take a look at the different phases of a company, from forming to storming to norming to performing, we can create different solutions for different types of team members and where they are on a journey. For people who are just starting to join a team, we can bring them in a better fashion, and have them get to know others casually. For storming, when there's conflict resolution, being listened to and having understanding helps a lot. When it comes to norming, which is improving cooperation, entertainment, deepening relationships, it can be both sync and async. And when it comes to performing, recognizing the employee, there's self-fulfillment needs and motivation, both intrinsically and intrinsically, helps balance all that in the future. One interesting quote I heard from one of the holiday parties that I hosted through Patio was that, I like this party because there's no pressure to drink or dance or dress up. We have to recognize that employees have different needs and one solution doesn't fit for everyone. So if we all work together and work with the team to create the different activities and ongoing situations that helps them to belong, the better it is. Whether it's a virtual cooking class or yoga or weekly games night, there are a lot of options. Ultimately, it comes down to the team itself. I've had hundreds of managers ask me for team building ideas. I always start with, what's the goal? Is it to get to know others casually? Is it to have cooperation, motivation, or entertainment? Because once you can understand from that point of view, it helps a lot. Now, it might take 5 to 10 hours a month of doing this. You could do it yourself, or you can get a partner to do this for you. In the end, it's needed, because when it's done right, it'll improve the productivity, mental health, and well-being of employees. I've hosted several holiday parties, and this was one of the most crucial learnings that I've learned. So if you have any questions, or if you're still trying to figure out, hey, do you have any ideas for team building or how I can help for my team, just let me know. You can just reach me at patio.to or just ping me on Twitter at It's Najeeb. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Najeeb. That was great.
Thank you.
So if any of you have any questions, feel free to hang out in the spatial chat, ask Najeeb those questions, interact with him. I assume he's going to be hanging out there for people to just talk to him. So our next speaker is Chris Coleman. And Chris is going to be introducing the Clinic for Open Source Arts, where he's also a director. Over to you, Chris.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm Chris Coleman. I'm the director of the Clinic for Open Source Arts, a new program or thing at the University of Denver in Colorado in the US. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we do today. Primarily, we are a clinic. We're interested in health and thinking about the health of different kinds of ways of thinking about the tools that artists are using, specifically open source ones. So thinking about the communities around tools, thinking about how people access those tools. Do you have the pieces in place with documentation, examples, tutorials? Do you have ways for people to access ways to become contributors? We're really interested in sustainability issues around these tools. A lot of tools for artists come and go really quickly because they don't have support systems set up. What does it look like to have a sustainable ecosystem of tools for artists? We're also fostering new kinds of tools, very much interested in what it looks like to have underrepresented people in this space, creating the tools that they see a need for, and how do we foster that kind of environment so that we create a situation of change. And, you know, again, I keep using the word tools, and that really does refer to a large grouping of different pieces of open source software. Eventually, we do want to move to open source hardware as well. But right now, thinking about software specifically, what does it look like to have those kind of tools that are used for creative purposes primarily? How do you make sure that those have healthy systems, healthy ecosystems, healthy communities? So that's really what we keep focusing on, and that focus is quite global. And again, really thinking deeply about the people. We've been concerned over the years to think about who's getting involved in the tools and who's missing from those groups of people. And so creating opportunities where new people are invited in, new kinds of leadership are instituted in these communities, and we literally change the face of the communities around those tools that artists are using. And we think it's a really beautiful space to start that conversation. I think one of the sort of specific pieces that we're really thinking about is, at the moment, we're running a training program to train community leaders, thinking about how do you help people transition from becoming contributors or community members into community leaders, thinking about the people who are orchestrating the process between people who might be working on code and people who might be working on documentation and educational material and people who might be interacting with and getting feedback from the larger community. How does that all come together? And so training community leaders to be prepared for that task for many different sized projects is a really core initiative that we're focused on right now. We're doing that with funding from the Knight Foundation, the National Endowment for the Arts, as well as a Mellon grant. And we continue to do a lot of that kind of work. And that's led us to do lots of different kinds of projects, including supporting things like ML5, looking at things like P-Embroider, that's an open source way to run an embroidery machine, and even live coding tools like Carl. And then thinking about how education starts with art and technology and open source tools with things like Out of the Black Box, that's starting with K through 12 and engaging them with these kind of technologies. And then beyond that, we're hosting clinics, which are deeper conversations with experts in the field, gathering their ideas and putting them together, hosting summits for tools like Open Frameworks. This was the first ever contributors conference that was more about something more than code. And so we continue to push boundaries and think about how can we help the community in some really interesting ways. So if you want to learn more, our website is at clinicopensourcearts.org, and you can always reach us at cosa@du.edu if you have any questions or thoughts or, great ideas. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much, Chris. That was great. And you can find him in the Spatial Lounge if you want to talk to him, interact more with him. And we can move on to the next talk. Our next lightning talk is going to be by Richard Littauer. Richard is an open source enthusiast and community facilitator. He helps organize the Sustain community, working on holding space for conversations around open source sustainability, and the OSPO network, building open source program offices in non-industry settings. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you so much. Excellent. I'm going to start my 5-minute timer now. So I don't know why I didn't do that beforehand. This is just going to be a super quick introduction by me to Sustain. What is Sustain? By the way, Chris, it was great to see you, just saying. So Sustain is an organization that's basically holding space for topics like conversations around what open source sustainability means, what sustainability is. Open source is a super huge field, and there's a lot of issues with it, right? So millions, trillions of dollars going through it, and it's all run by people like me or volunteers or people sort of trying to figure out things on like their side job, or people who are paid maybe 1 hour a week to have a package. Everyone's seen this XKCD comic by Randall Munroe about the fact that the entire internet depends on some guy in Nebraska. I like how he said some guy in Nebraska, as if Nebraska is a bad place to be. It isn't. It's great. But we all know the problem. Heartbleed was a good example of this problem, where everything was depending on these 2 people who worked in the basement in Germany, basically running OpenSSL. And then it broke one day, and they're like, oh no, the world is going to fail. And this is a real problem, right? We have, our dependencies are not well shored up, and it's hard. How do we solve who builds everything? There's other things as well, right? So this is a maintainer, Dominic Tarr, very popular JavaScript guy. And he created the package for fun, LeftPad, and then realized that you get nothing from maintaining a popular package. Once you write the code, then all these people have these huge expectations. And this is really, really hard to deal with, right? It's really hard to be like, I just made this thing and now people are demanding me to fix the thing that broke the internet. Kind of sucks. Other issues with open source. Maintainers burn out. They don't want to do it anymore. There's a lack of diversity. A lot of white cis-het male dudes from America, speaking as one. A lot of corporate exploitation where people come in and take a lot of stuff and don't give back. A lot of open source where people say, oh yeah, it's kind of open source, but it isn't. And there's licensed stuff that's kind of hard. It's really hard to do governance in open source projects because most people who run open source are coders and may not know how to collaboratively build together. It's really hard to integrate designers or marketers or advertisers or anyone who isn't a coder in open source. And there's language barriers and there's ethical issues. And then giving back is really, really hard. There's all sorts of stuff that's a problem. So a few years ago, there was a discussion about this on Twitter, and Justin Dorfman said, you know, it'd be cool to have an unconference to talk about it. And then PM Engineer from Open Collective was like, yeah, let's do it. And then Gregor Martinez, who is awesome, was like, yeah, I'm in. And so a few months later, we had Sustain. This was the first conference talking about all these issues together and how do we solve them? How do we make it better for maintainers, for funders, for the whole community at large? And then the next year we had it again. So this was in London. It was pretty sweet. We put a green filter on everything for no reason. Maybe that's just this photo. And then we had it again last year in Brussels. This was right pre-pandemic, super fun to be able to go to Belgium and see all this great people all talking about Sustain. And then we had some more, right? So we had some stuff in Boulder. We had a thing in Lagos where we had developers basically hold events under the Sustain branch and talk about the whole issue. Obviously, we can't do that anymore because COVID's kind of really tough. So it's hard to have the sort of events that we had. So instead, what we've been doing this year is focusing a lot on our working groups, where these are just ad hoc, you know, sort of acephalous. If you want to talk about something with someone else and it's related to Sustain, we will hold space for you to do that. We'll run a Zoom meeting. We'll get people who are interested. We'll talk about it. So these are some of our working groups. They're not all of them. Super, super fun to see people working on all these different issues together. We also now have podcasts where we talk about Sustain. I just hosted it an hour ago for the main Sustain one. There's also sustainable open source design, talking about design and Sustain and how do you get designers involved. Then there's an ethics and open source podcast which is together with Ethical Source. Coraline gave a talk a bit earlier. We're going to have more there. And if you have guests for any of these or you want to be on the show, please get in touch. But these are things that Sustain is doing now to sort of raise level of awareness about what's wrong with open source and how can we fix it. Another thing we're doing at the moment is fundoss.org. FundOSS.org is a new fund with $75,000 already in it, which is a matching fund to give back to developers using this really cool algorithm called quadratic funding developed by Vitalik from the Ethereum space. Highly suggest you check out FundOSS.org. That launched yesterday. Sustain is giving money towards that. Thanks again to a really wonderful grant that was given to us by the Sloan Foundation. We have some funds to give out and support all these different things. We have a lot of supporters. They're one of them. And it's just so cool to see all these things happening. If you want to get involved, please do. There's all sorts of things you can join in. Sustain is just basically a community of people dedicated to figuring out how do we fix the problem. I have 5 seconds left. Sorry for talking so fast, everyone. Thank you.
That was great, Richard. Just a comment in the chat. The XKCD comic that you mentioned seems to be mentioning a person, not a guy. I guess you accidentally.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that immensely. Yes, you're right. That is a person. Thank you.
But great. This was a great talk. And at least I look forward to reading more about Sustain. This seems really interesting. And now we can go back to the first, or what was supposed to be the first lightning talk, go back and hear from Sebastian. And just to go over his bio once again, to remind people of who he is, what he does. Sebastian Spier is passionate about people, coding, open source development, cake and coffee, most importantly. And today he'll be talking about, and I'm going to correct the title that I misspelled earlier. He's going to be talking about learning through writing. And I hope you enjoy this last lightning talk of this event. Over to you, Sebastian.
All right, thank you. So yeah, this is going to be a light one, learning through writing. And I'll use the example of inner source patterns. And we've heard so much about inner source already. So I'll just go about this really briefly again. So just what is inner source? Is this idea of using open source style collaboration approaches, but inside of your company, right? So at a FOSS conference like here, I mean, you probably have an idea what open source means, or you might have. So using those ideas inside of your company with your colleagues on non-open source projects. So what could inner source patterns be then in that context? I tried to describe that as simply as I could. So it's really written stories about things that have worked for other people in other contexts. And the Inner Source Commons has collected a bunch of these patterns, and I'll just show you how this looks like. So we've published the most mature patterns as a book, and I mentioned these are just stories of experiences that people have made at various companies of things that work. For example, there's the trusted committer pattern down here that describes how it can be useful to establish that concept of a trusted committer and to help to give people more say in a project and bring them basically into the fold by giving them more rights in the community and that type of stuff. So I've said earlier that these patterns are just stories, but you can already tell here, well, normally stories don't have all these sections and subheadings and stuff like that. So yeah, it is a little bit different in the patterns, because how they work is it gives you a predefined structure with like the problem, what's the context that this problem appears in, what are the forces that are impacting this problem, like what makes it hard to solve it, then a solution section, and what you want the resulting context to look like after your solution is in place, right? So it's not your regular story that you would tell to a friend. It's a little bit more structured. But something interesting happens there when you are trying to describe your problem in such a predefined structure. It can help you think it through in really beneficial ways. So a bit more about people that are writing those patterns. Well, really anybody can. We find that many times developers and architects are writing them, but also product owners or designers, people working in a program office, like often inner source is located, could be in the OSPO office of your company, could be a dedicated inner source office, could also be that a company doesn't have any office for this type of purpose, but it's just, maybe it's a guild or it's some type of cross-cutting concern in your company where people are interested in these inner source concepts. So yeah, this talk is about learning from writing. So the question could be, well, what's in it for me, right? Why should I write up a problem that I have at my workplace as a pattern? So one thing that I found for myself personally, just writing things down, especially trying to get it into a certain structure that is predefined, really helps you to think it through. So I found it really beneficial to do that. Also, when I'm writing it in a way that the writing that I'm producing is open source, right? So I know that I'm talking to people outside of my company. That means I have to remove all the jargon and, like things that I take for granted and that type of stuff. And I have to abstract it to a place where other people can understand it. And again, I find that increases the clarity of expression and the clarity of thinking quite a bit. So writing things down just for that purpose is already helpful for yourself. Then the other thing is, once you've written it down and you can show it to other people, I mean, just like a blog post or something else, or a video or a conference talk or anything where you are putting your topic out there, it allows you to start conversations with other people, right? So for example, if I write something up, like a problem that I have, and even if I don't have a solution yet, I can already publish that. That will allow me to find other people that might have experienced something similar. And in the absolute best case, you find other people with that same challenge, and maybe they've found a solution already, like Russ was talking earlier about how they are addressing things at Nike. So maybe they've figured something out already. So maybe we can solve it together. So that's actually the end of my lightning talks. Just a couple of links here that I'll share later in the chat to the patterns book, to the Slack channel from the Inner Source Comments. And there's actually even a pattern how writing things down can help you with transparent cross-team decision-making. So that's also kind of related to how writing is beneficial. Thank you all. Here you can find me here or later in the lounge.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, and everyone else who spoke and attended. So that's pretty much it from the lightning talks for today. So for anyone who's been having trouble trying to figure out where the link to the spatial lounge is, you can find it on the left-hand panel of the venue list interface. The left-hand panel right above where the stages are listed. And once you go there, you should be able to find a bunch of other folks. You can talk to them, interact. And I guess that's, to me at least, is one of the most important parts of being at a conference.
Okay, thank you so much, Ansham, for hosting those lightning talks. It was really great. There was some great talks there, and yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so this is the final session of the day. So on behalf of all of the team at FOSS Backstage, I just want to say thank you to everyone who was involved, who spoke, who hosted the session, who moderated, and everyone who came to FOSS Backstage, and all of the audience as well. Yeah, we wouldn't be anything without you. So yeah, to continue the conversation, like Ansham said before, let's go to the spatial lounge and see you there.